Streaming.
I'm hitting the button now.
Great, thank you. Hello, everyone.
We are live.
There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Thursday, September 23rd regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees for Santa Clara Unified. I will start with a roll call vote. So Trustee Canova.
Here.
Trustee Fairchild.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez. Absent. Trustee Lieberman.
Here.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Ryan. We'll give her just a second. Trustee Ryan, are you here?
I am here.
Great. And I am here. Terrific. So can we start with the introduction of our translator, please?
Good evening, board. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Navarro. Angélica Benítez y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma de español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Kemp, do you mind?
Yes, good evening, everybody. If you'd please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have next on our agenda is our district mission and vision statements. So I'll just read these so that we keep them in mind for the rest of our meeting. The mission of the Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. And our vision is graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve, Fairchild.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any changes or adjustments that need to be made?
I have a question.
Yes?
Nowhere on the agenda are we addressing in closed session or otherwise the property at Cabrillo. Is that correct? This meeting?
That is
Okay.
correct.
So
We
we're
are
not
not
addressing
discussing that tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Then I have a motion to approve the agenda by Trustee Fairchild and a second by Trustee Gonzalez. So we will do a roll call vote. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman?
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
And I say yes. So that passes 7-0. Okay, we are about to go into closed session, but before we do, there's an opportunity to take public comment on our closed session items only. So if you are on the webinar and you would like to make a comment about our closed session items, now would be the time to raise your hand. You have to be in the webinar. Is there anyone in the webinar who would wish to speak? Please raise your hand. Okay.
President Muir, I'm not seeing any hands.
Great, thank you. Then we are going to go into closed session where we will discuss B.1 to hear a complaint against an identified employee. Item 2 to hear a complaint against an identified employee. Item 3, conference with labor negotiators. Item 4, public employee discipline, dismissal, resignation, reassignment, release. Item 5, conference with labor negotiators concerning our Chief Academic and Innovation Officer. And item 6, public employee performance evaluation regarding our superintendent. So we will be back before 7:15 because we have a public hearing at that time. We may be back sooner, but no later than 7:15. Okay, thank you. See you, board members, in closed session. Just to let everyone know, we'll be restarting at 7:15. Okay, are we still streaming and ready to go?
Hi, President Muir, we're still streaming.
Terrific. Okay, well, welcome back. We're continuing our board meeting on regular board meeting on September 23rd of the Santa Clara Unified School District Board. And the first thing coming back from closed session is the introduction of our translator.
Good evening, board. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Angélica Benítez, mi compañera Verónica Navarro y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la mesa de la reunión directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal de español. Para escuchar esta sesión, oprime el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y selecciona el idioma español. En este menú también puedes seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio en inglés. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So in our report from closed session, for item B.1, the board heard appeals of the investigator's findings on 2 separate but related employee complaints against other district employees. As to the first appeal, the board denied the complaining employee's appeal and affirmed the investigator's findings. The motion was made by trustee Fairchild and seconded by trustee Ryan. The vote was 7-0. As to the second appeal, this is B.2, the board also denied the complaining employee's appeal and affirmed the investigator's findings. The motion was made again by trustee Fairchild and seconded by trustee Ryan. The vote was 7-0. On item B.3, the board received information and gave direction. Item B.4, the board received information. Item B.5, the board received information, and item B.6, the board received information. Okay, our next item is item D, our public hearing to transition to a by trustee area election system for it's our pre-MAPS second public hearing. So
Move
will
to open the public hearing.
Second, Second. Fairchild.
okay, so I have a motion by trustee Ratterman and a second, was that trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we will vote on opening the public hearing. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes. So our public hearing, that passes 7-0 to open the public hearing. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Kemp and Mr. Salt for our presentation about this item.
Good evening, trustees. This is the second of 2 public hearings that are pre-map preparation. This evening, we have Jonathan Salt here from F3 Law and Justin Rich from Cooperative Strategies to provide information to the board and the public prior to the 2 comments from the public.
Thanks, Dr. Kemp. Good evening, members of the board and district community and staff. I'm Jonathan Salt, joined by demographer Justin Rich. First, is the presentation on the screen appropriately? If someone could nod, that would perfect. Okay. So as Dr. Kemp mentioned, this is the second pre-map public hearing. So the next time you hear from us, there will be draft map options that have been created and shared with the community and board. And so we're all looking forward to that. A little bit of background. Again, we want as many people to know about this as possible. And then someone who's just tuning in who missed some of the other meetings, here's some background. The CVRA is the reason that this transition is occurring. It took effect about 18 years ago, and it essentially says that if you have an at-large election system, and the district does have an at-large election system at present, even though you have a form of trustee areas, because the entire district votes for all board members in all elections, if that system impairs the ability of protected class members from electing candidates of choice or influencing the outcome of an election, it could violate the CVRA. Also, intent is not required. So the district need not intend to potentially have a system in place that is less advantageous to protected class members in order to be found in violation of the CVRA, which makes it much easier for someone to bring a claim against an entity in California. Another reason why this issue is popping up in the county and around the state is that when one does file a CBRA claim against a public entity, they are entitled to attorney's fees and expert fees, but if a school district or a city were to successfully defend itself, it's not entitled to that same right. So what is a by trustee area election system, and how is that different from what we already have? So first, it's the only safe harbor from a CBRA claim, and the district will be divided into 7 roughly equal population areas, and a board member will be elected from the residents of that area. So essentially you'll be elected by your neighbors. And importantly, you've all been lawfully elected, so you all serve out your full term, whatever you have left, regardless of how the map ends up being drawn, regardless if you end up being paired together. So that's just, eventually there will be 1 trustee per area. This is the district's current trustee area map. And again, this is a hybrid system where there's a few different areas and a different number of trustees are elected from each area, but they're still elected at large by the voters of the district overall. And that's what makes it an at-large election system still. So now we are on step 2, the second part of step 2, which is these 2 pre-map public hearings. The district is not allowed to draw any maps until after this process. We received great feedback last time from the board and community. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Justin to talk about the district's demographics.
Good evening. On this first slide, we have a map that we've included. It has the municipal boundaries for those jurisdictions within the school district and also that neighbor the school district. We've in the table listed various protected classes and the proportion that they represent of the total population. It's important to note that this is based on 2010 census data. We recently received the updated 2020 census data that has been validated by the Department of Finance and which we will use to update your maps going forward. Next slide. We've included a graduated color map, and what this is, it's taken the largest protected class within the district, those likely Asian voters, and has taken the census blocks that comprise the district, and in those areas where there's higher concentrations of potential Asian voters, those are darker in color. Those areas that are lighter in color represent lower concentrations of that. This is based on the citizen voting age population. This is a proxy that we use to estimate the likely voters for the district. We've included a similar map, again, a graduated color map. This time, the second largest protected class, those Hispanic and Latino likely voters are included here. Again, this is the darker the color represents higher concentration of those likely voters, and the lighter the color is the lower concentration.
And so the purpose of tonight's pre-map public hearing is to field comments from the board and the community about basically how these lines should be drawn. So for example, I'd like neighborhood X and neighborhood Y to stay in the same area, or I think the 101 makes sense as a boundary because it just seems like it just makes sense geographically. Or I think, all of blank community should be in one area, or each elementary school should be split up or kept together. Or maybe perhaps the current hybrid trustee area map should be used to help guide some of these maps, et cetera. So these are the kind of feedback we're looking for. And we did receive a lot of feedback last time. We heard that folks want to keep Sunnyvale together, that we should keep San Jose and Aliso together, attempt to track with the current 3 areas. Obviously, for example, this one area with 4 trustees, maybe that would become 4 areas more or less. So that's a theory as well. Another one is to follow elementary school attendance boundaries, but then at the same time be wary of, creating sort of balkanization, not making it so that's my school and that's your school. We received a couple of email comments as well at the CBRA email address that we're going to share here now. One of the comments was that north of the 101 should be at least 1 or 2 districts, and that including Rivermark and the Montague areas with the current area 2 on the other side of 101 doesn't make sense to that person. Let me get back to Justin and talk about the criteria for making the maps.
As I mentioned before, we're going to be using the 2020 census data that we recently received, and that will be the the foundation for drawing maps. The most important consideration that we have is that population must be as equal as is practicable. And it's important to know that this has to do with the total number of people as counted by the census, not citizens, not student enrollment, not anything like that. The Education Code section 1002 also lays this out. But it's important to note that there is going to be some deviation, and that's allowable. Generally, that is taken to mean that the variance, the difference between the smallest and the largest areas should be no more than 10%. And so that's the guiding factor that we will use. There's some additional criteria. We must comply with the U.S. Constitution, and that has to do with the one person, one vote population balance we were just talking about. We also have to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act and make sure that we're not drawing areas such that it packs or cracks in a way where it puts protected classes, either lumps them together or divides them such that it diminishes their ability to elect the candidate of their choice. Voting districts shall be geographically contiguous, so not having areas that are disconnected. Also, we should look at communities of interest. These are groups that have shared social and economic characteristics. Also, they should be geographically compact. And finally, this is important, we cannot favor or discriminate against an incumbent political candidate or political party.
And again, just some kind of overall thoughts here. These maps do not change the district's boundaries. It doesn't change where anybody's child attends school. It doesn't change how the board's governed. Each member represents the entire district and owes a duty to the entire district, regardless of how one is elected. It's still one district with common goals and challenges. So, this is kind of the big, we'll say, break point now that the census data was just released, and now this is the second pre-map public hearing. In October, Justin and his team will create some draft map options that will be shared with the community online. And we look forward to seeing what those look like and looking forward to feedback at the 3 public hearings in October, November, and December. And I believe there's also at least 3 community meetings planned in October and November for folks who maybe can't make it to a board meeting, but who want to have a kind of one-on-one opportunity with the demographer to talk about the maps. At the December 9th board meeting, after the public hearing, the next item on the agenda will be a board resolution where the board will move to adopt one of the map options, whatever option is available at that point that is favored. And that option will then become the board's map that gets petitioned along to the county for approval. Again, there's a lot of information online here as well, and I know there's been a great rollout of information to the community about this process, inviting participation, but there's also on the district's website, information will constantly be updated. I imagine the maps will be here as well. And with that, Justin and I will hang back and answer any questions that anybody has.
Okay, thank you very much. And like we did last time, I'll do one round of board comments or clarifying questions, and then open up for public comment. So if there's anyone on the public who wishes to speak, you can raise your hand. You have to be in the Zoom webinar and raise your hand. Okay, so is there anyone, any board member who has a clarifying question or a comment to make? Nope. Okay, then I'll go out to the public. Let's see. We do have a member of the public who wants to speak. So Mr. Ayala, do you want to? Oh, before we do that, I need to read our civility policy before we take public comment.
President, you heard they put their hand down, but you can still read the policy.
Okay, well, if there's nobody going to speak, I'll wait until we have a speaker. Okay, then we do not have any public comment on this item, so I'll go back.
Motion to close.
Wait, just a minute, please, because actually there might be somebody who was waiting until after public comment. I actually do have a comment. So I'll go ahead and make my comment to the demographer. I was going to suggest that after hearing that the suggestion about Sunnyvale, as much as Sunnyvale being one area, I was going to suggest that if there are not enough residents in Sunnyvale to make its own district, that you use residents of Cupertino and Santa Clara who attend Sunnyvale schools, because I think that it would be a good way to have school communities be together is to include people who attend those schools that are necessarily located in Sunnyvale, but have a large population of Sunnyvale students attending. Because I'm thinking like Laurelwood is in Santa Clara, but it's a lot of Sunnyvale students. So that was an additional comment that I wanted to make. And I also wanted to ask of our lawyer, it says that the incumbents don't have any effect, but you had some comment about the incumbents, but I was wondering if the addresses of current trustees has any impact on how you draw lines.
Justin, do you want to jump in on the factoring in first, or if you want me to take it, that's fine as well. Essentially, and Justin, feel free to chime in. It can be a factor, but it cannot be the sole reason a line is drawn. So you can't go, oh, there's a trustee that lives here. Let's get them and bring them into this, kind of with fingers to make the map look like an octopus. That's not what we're trying to do. But it can be something that is considered, but it can be a sole deciding factor for a line on a map. Justin, maybe as the map drawer, you can.
Yeah, I think that, when we're looking at those other considerations about geographical compactness and keeping communities together, if we're now splitting those just to preserve incumbency, that could be problematic.
Okay, thank you. So you'll need to know trustees' current addresses, I imagine.
Yeah, that is helpful for this process of drawing maps, and also just looking forward how that will affect potential election sequencing and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Trustee Ratterman?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second, Lieberman.
Okay, so we have a motion to close the public hearing. So is there any comment on that motion? Then we'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman?
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
And I also say yes. So that passes 7-0. So our hearing is closed. So thank you very much. We look forward to seeing the maps at the next meeting, and the community can find the dates of all those community hearings on the website, I understand, Dr. Kemp, is that right? They're all on our website under the CVRA page. Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next item we have on our agenda is the report from the superintendent. So Dr. Kemp, I turn it to you.
Good evening, trustees and Santa Clara Unified Community. Today marks the 6th week since we returned to school. And this year, like all other school districts across the nation, we are faced with multiple challenges with the implementation of in-person instruction following the pandemic. The numerous activities and requirements facing schools, coupled with the labor shortages and supply chain issues, present challenges not only to meet timelines, to implement the state and federal requirements. It creates stress on everyone in the system. And tonight, I want to recognize and thank many of our unsung heroes who are working tirelessly. Our purchasing department tonight, I like to call them out. Since July the 1st, the purchasing department has processed over 3,000 purchase requisitions. Additionally, they bear the responsibility to make sure that our warehouse has the safety supplies on hand and distributes them when requests are placed. And I want our community to know that we have sufficient supplies on hand. Orders should be placed and they are delivered very promptly through the department. Tonight, during our break from closed session, I walked over there, and there are employees in the purchasing department who are still at work this evening to make sure that we process those requests as timely as we can to get them out to our schools. Our Kudos partnership, that's the CSEA UTSC District Office in Skooma, is committed to the safety of all students and staff. We are working together to tackle the COVID-19 related challenges that we're hearing feedback from all levels across the district. You'll hear more about the efforts of our COVID-19 update tonight. However, I want to take a moment to share gratitude for several representatives from each group who came together quickly over the past week and a half to help us address these challenges, identify, analyze, and form action plans for each of the challenges. We will continue to meet at least weekly to monitor and adjust the implementation plans as we address the needs of our system, its staff, and students. So we have CSEA leaders who were there. We had Skooma leaders who were there. We had UTSC leaders who were there, and district office. And we'll hear more about those individuals later this evening. Our schools I'm ramping up my site visits to schools, and this over the last 2 weeks since the last board meeting, I was out at Cabrillo with a principal during the COVID-19 screening, which was informative, and it enlightened the work that we and the systems we need to have in place in order to make sure that we are addressing the follow-up to positive contacts from our screening, and from that recognize that we need to provide additional resources to our principals when things like this happen from the screenings. I went with Trustee Lieberman. Actually, I've been out to Wilson twice in the last 2 weeks, but once with Trustee Lieberman, we went to see the Independent Study Program, Post-Secondary Enrollment Center, Student Services, and it was great to be out there at Wilson High School. I visited Wilcox's special education classes today. I want to thank Director Kathy Alanese for accompanying me, and Department Chair Mike Baumgarten for showing us around during his prep period. Was able to visit the life skills classes and therapeutic classes while we were there, and got an idea of what's happening with those programs. So I look forward to going back and seeing them a little bit later during the day when students are out and about. So our Santa Clara County School Board Association had a meeting last night, and I saw Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Muirhead there in the audience. I was asked to serve on a panel to speak about the challenges and successes of the last school year and what we've learned so far in the transition. And was good to hear that the work that we're doing here in Santa Clara is and all of our school districts that were represented last night is fairly well aligned to the resources and efforts to support our students and our families. This week, I also attended the fall regional meeting for Schools for Sound Finance. As you know, the Schools for Sound Finance is an organization from School Services that helps to support community-funded school districts and helps to advocate and provide resources to districts who are community funded. So what's interesting is we learned, of course, about the various fiscal legislative updates, the impact of those updates, the real estate and economic outlook for our nation and our state, and of course, Universal TK, which is on the docket to roll out. And we heard from other school districts about what they're doing as community-funded school districts regarding the implementation of the Universal TK program. In the last 2 weeks, I've also continued to hold my regular focus groups for staff called the Superintendent's Roundtable to hear about successes and challenges that they're experiencing. And I've been doing this with our principals and certificated staff, certificated staff. And this year, I've expanded that to our classified staff. So this week, I held the roundtables. And of course, one of the questions I always ask is, who do we need to give a shout out to? So I have some shout outs from the individuals who were there. Deborah Knight from Hughes Elementary. One of the attendees said, "You are the go-to person with lots of knowledge of the programs and loves to work kids." And they said, "Stella, say thank you to Deborah." Florence Santos at Montague Elementary. Florence, amazing instructional assistant and always is helpful and good with kids. Cindy Haw, a behavior technician in charge of techs at multiple schools, is always there to help out whenever she can. Lilia Hernandez at the Enrollment Center has made all the calls and is always helping with translations for our Hispanic families and making them feel at ease. And Lisa Farmer over at Don Calajon, again, for your smile, your kindness, and your stepping up to help everyone. And Lisa helped to organize the memorial service for Don and Claire Calajon that happened last month. At Briarwood, our PE teachers, Mrs. Evans and Mr. J, for your kindness, encouragement to everyone, and for teaching the students and encouraging them to be part of the 100-mile club. And that is one of the things that's really important that we're hearing from our families about the need to get out and move around, as our students have been sitting in front of computers for way too long. At Santa Clara High School, Vice Principal Erin Brown was called out by an individual because she's amazing. She hears what people are saying or needing. She's a great facilitator and a great community activity coordinator. Amalve Alvarez at Cabrillo, the attendance clerk. Amalve, you were called out because you are so helpful to the other attendance clerks in the school district. And thank you for your mentoring and leadership for the staff. For Araceli, the new Huerta secretary, as you know, we're opening a brand new school, and my goodness, there's a lot of work that goes on with opening a school. And so Araceli, you were so helpful and so knowledgeable. Thank you for all you do. And the Huerta staff, there was an individual who attended who said, I love my team. And we love to hear this when we have a new school, and people who are on board are working well together, and it's really great. And the Sutter office staff, you were called out as well as a solid team who works together in support of our students and families. And Monica Pardon, as secretary at Pomeroy, you've been super helpful. And Monica, we look forward to having you join us up here at the district office as one of our new team members here. And we're sorry, Pomeroy, we're gonna help you find a replacement for her, but I know it's a very difficult opportunity to fill someone who is so wonderful and loved at the school. And all in all, I heard something that's really fabulous from the individuals I spoke with over the last 2 weeks. Our students are giving so much back to us and giving us the energy we need to come to work every day. Our students, we are here for you, and we appreciate your attitude and what you bring to school, and we're excited to work with you. So it was a great a couple of meetings I had, and I was thankful for everyone who came in. I have a few more coming up next month, and I'll be giving more updates to the board as those happen. So we have just a few donations tonight. We have Silicon Valley Power, which has donated $12,000 to Adult Ed for the purchase of 5 induction ranges, an induction cooktop, and cookware for all of our adult cooking classes. And we saw that over there when we were at Wilson, right? Trustee Lieberman, they were making hamburgers and they smelled really good. And then Jostens for their donation of $1,000 to Booksar Middle School for 8th grade promotion supplies. So that concludes my report for this evening. I have many other things to share, but we have a meeting to get on to. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kemp. Lots going on. Okay, our next item F, is our reports from student board representatives. And this is our first meeting with them as being back here. So we have, are any of our student board reps in the webinar? I didn't see any of them in there, but they are welcome to join as panelists if there are any of them out there.
I think Marcus might be there.
Yes, I just promoted Marcus over, and Jody, I have introductions for them.
Oh, terrific.
Yes,
And then we have some videos also, right?
I believe we do.
Okay, go
All
ahead.
right. So, well, we've had Palak here again this year from Wilcox High School. She's a senior. This is her second year of serving as a student representative to the Board of Trustees. Palak is a commissioner on the Santa Clara Youth Commission. She believes in the importance of youth and student voice in addressing our community needs. She is part of her school's Indian Club as well as the Health Sciences Club, and an indication of her aspirations to pursue a career in medicine. In her free time, which, as you know, as a senior, there's very little of this. She enjoys playing the violin, writing poetry, and going to Trader Joe's, and she's excited to work with us again this year. We have Marcus in the room. Marcus is a senior at MEX. A couple of things he likes to do is spending time with his family, going fishing, playing video games, hang out with friends, and reading. And it's an honor for him to serve as a representative for MEX. And we have Faith, and I don't know if Faith is here in the room. Faith is a junior at Santa Clara High School. She is on the leadership team, enjoys playing volleyball and listening to music. And we have Crystal, who is a senior at New Valley High School. Beach is one of the favorite places she likes to be. Crystal has 2 older brothers and 4 older sisters, and they're a very close family. They love taking trips to the beach or going to Lake Tahoe or just hiking the beautiful views. She enjoys going up to Communication Hill around sundown to walk around. Her favorite seasons are fall and winter, and she loves how the leaves look on the trees in the fall. Crystal listens to a variety of music, even rain sounds when she walks, when she hikes and walks. And she really enjoys the Silicon Valley CTE program where she is studying law enforcement. So down at Metro Ed, it's exciting. She is interested in world issues like climate change, and she is studying this as well. So I want to welcome our 4 student board reps this year.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm glad that Marcus is here. And then we have some videos from our 4 student representatives.
Hi everyone, my name is Faith Manansala and I'll be this year's student board representative for Santa Clara High School. So I'll be going into full depth of what's going on at our campus. To start off, I'll be addressing how our counselors have been meeting with students through outreach to classes. We've had our senior parent night, which was virtual on the 15th of September, and then we've also had our freshman parent night, which was virtual on the 22nd. We recently finished our chartering process for clubs, and so we also had our club fair on the 13th. And this is just for clubs to set up their booths at lunch to appeal to students to try to join their clubs. It just shows our campus what we have to offer and what they could join. For reference, here are a few photos from Club Fair. Coming up is our Raza Latina Club that will be presenting a Hispanic Heritage presentation on the 27th. Just yesterday, we had a collaboration with the Wellness Center and the leadership class that performed a chalk wellness activity for the Suicide Awareness Month. What we did was write words of affirmations in the quad for everyone to see at lunch, as seen here. A new addition to the Santa Clara campus, in spite of COVID, is the pooled COVID testing that happens every Wednesday during second period. For this, we just have the COVID testers come into every second period and pull the students and staff who signed up. And for athletics, we are at a full swing for the fall season with the new addition of the girls field hockey team. Some of the sports taking action are, and for my biggest update today is our homecoming, which will be taking place from October 11th to the 15th. And this year's theme is Pixar movies. So for freshmen, we have Finding Nemo, sophomores is Ratatouille, juniors have Inside Out, and seniors have Incredibles. Our Spirit Week process also just finally came to a close, and we released a form out to our student body deciding on what Spirit Days to choose from. Mondays will be Decades Day, Tuesday is Twin Tuesday, Wednesdays is On Wednesday We Wear Pink, Thursdays is Pajama Day for the float night, and Friday is Bruin Unity Day. Our homecoming court is also taking place, and the official court will be announced on the 27th of this month. That is all for my update today. Thank you and goodbye.
Hello, my name is Marcus Anchondo, and I am a senior representing Mission Early College High School. And I'm going to be telling you guys about a couple of the interesting things that have happened and will be happening here at MEX. First off, we had our class council elections, which was very exciting, and that happened on the 3rd of September. This week, we had a fire drill here at MEX, and that was on the 20th on Monday. This was on Monday this week, and that actually prepared us for a real fire alarm. My mistake. On Wednesday, the 22nd, which was yesterday, and that was quite an experience. I do not have the details on the reason as to why the fire alarm was pulled, but all I know is that it has been taken care of course. Upcoming, we have Club Day, our Club Day Expo, which is tomorrow, and everyone is really looking forward to that, especially the ISB Council. They put a lot of time and work into getting it ready for everyone here at MEX. Also, further in the future, these last two items that I'm going to tell you guys about, we really haven't ironed out all the details on them because they're still fairly far out, but I hope in our next meeting I will have more details for you all. Sometime in October, or closer to Halloween, most likely, we will be having our pumpkin carving contest, which should be very, very fun, of course. And earlier in October, I'm thinking, I don't quite remember, we will be having an art contest for our yearbook. So that should be also very well. Like I said, the details haven't been ironed out completely on all of these events. So once I get more information, I would love to tell you all give you all more insight into these events, of course. But besides that, everyone here at MEX has been settling in well after being online for a whole year. Things have gone back to normal, I'd like to say. Anyway, that's it for me.
Hello, I'm Crystal Escalera, and I'm a senior here representing New Valley Knights, and I'm here to tell you guys what interesting stuff is going on at our school right now. So first off, we have these yonder pouches that we are using, and I think it's good for less distraction, and we're interacting more with one another. And also, we are doing COVID testing here every Tuesday, just like the teachers here at New Valley. And there's a volleyball team going on where they practice at lunch, and I think it's going pretty well so far. And also there's this thing called SPCTE, and it's my favorite part of school. It's a career class you get to take, and you get 30 credits just for doing hands-on projects, fun assignments, and field trips. And also, last but not least, our advisors are constantly reminding us where we're at with our credits and working us towards graduation. That's all for this video. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all of our student board reps. And Marcus, there'll be a couple of things that you can vote on a little bit later in the meeting. So if you can stick around, you'll get to do that tonight. Okay, next up is item G, public comment on unagendized items. So this is a time for the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. And you'll get 2 minutes. I'm going to read our civility policy first, and then we'll take public comment. So I want to remind the public that the board has a policy on civility. Policy 1310.1 on civility states, this policy promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, Santa Clara Unified encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks the public's cooperation with this endeavor. Okay, so we have a couple of members of the public who wish to speak, and there's a couple people who reached out to me that I'd like to take first. So Mr. Ayala, when you do this, can you take Ms. Castano and then Ms. Owen? Sorry, it says Sierra, and then I think, okay, so those are the two that I'd like to take first.
President Muirhead,
Yes.
I believe with Sierra and Lily Owen, there will be two speakers. I could be wrong. And so I want to make sure that we allow the mother and the daughter to both speak.
Yes, that is true. So, Mr. Ali, when you're giving the timer, if they both, the child and the parent wants to speak, I told them they could each have 2 minutes. And I'm also looking for one more person who was supposed to speak, but I am not seeing them. Stacy Dow was the third one. If you wanted to speak tonight, you need to raise your hand. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with Ms. Castano.
Hi, I'm Emery Castano and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a 6th grader at Peterson Middle School and president of the LGBTQ+ club. There's an issue within our school district that I would like to bring to your attention. The issue is access to gender-neutral restrooms. I started at Peterson 4 weeks ago, and until today, there wasn't a gender-neutral restroom that was easily accessible. Some people may argue that there was, but I say that having to use the nurse's bathroom or walking across campus to the locker rooms doesn't count. So I was stuck being asked why I go to the nurse's office, being questioned if I belong in the girls' or boys' bathroom, or walking across campus to use the locker rooms, making me late to class. Just yesterday, I walked into the girls' bathroom and got questioned if I belonged there. Had I been alone, I probably would have been made fun of and bullied. But I had a friend who stood up for me. I ask you, is it right to be questioned for such a basic right as going to the bathroom? We shouldn't already have gender-neutral restrooms available at every school within our district, yet we don't. This isn't an issue to be taken lightly. It's estimated that at least one LGBTQ+ youth between the ages 13 to 25 attempts suicide every 45 seconds in the US. Today, I'm asking you to do your part to make our school district welcoming for every student. I'm asking you to designate convenient and accessible gender-neutral restrooms at every school within our district and to make it a priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Emery. Okay, next we're going to take Sierra and Lily Owen.
Hello.
Wait. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sierra Owen and I attend Peterson Middle School as a 6th grader. I'm also here to address the gender-neutral bathroom issue, not only at Peterson, but across the whole district. There are multiple students in some of my classes that identify as gender non-conforming or non-binary. These students or any students should not be bullied for something so simple as being seen in the restroom. As Emery said, they were unkindly questioned for being seen in the wrong restroom. Had I not been there with them, the situation could have gotten a lot worse. No student should have to go through this every time they need to use the restroom, which is back to my original point. Our schools need to provide gender-neutral bathrooms for everyone's basic rights and needs. Thank you.
Well, I want to make some remarks as well. If you can reset the timer for me, please. Thank you. Hi, I'm Lily Owen, and I'm the parent of 2 students in SCUSD, including Sierra. I was just really upset when I learned that Emery's family was fighting just to have a bathroom for them that they could reasonably use during their school day. And safe bathroom access is a basic right. Sierra told me that there are several gender non-conforming students at Peterson, some of whom try not to drink too much water so as to avoid using the bathrooms. And frankly, I just find this unacceptable. I feel we should be addressing this proactively, not reactively. So families shouldn't have to individually go to bat for their children to be safe and healthy at school. I was pleased to hear that Peterson took some action today and things are looking better for Emery and others there. But I just really feel like this is something that the district has to get out ahead of. State laws, including AB 1266 from 2013 and AB 1732 from 2016, mandate that school bathroom access is something that's provided in a way that reduces stigma, maintains privacy, and furthers well-being. And I just want to know what the district's policy is on this issue, and I'd love to help be a part of the solution if there are opportunities for parents to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And can we take Stacy Dow, sorry, next?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to echo what Lily just said, how important it is to proactively provide gender neutral bathrooms for all gender nonconforming kids. And I'm personally a parent of a transgender child at Maine Elementary, and I wanted to point out that even as young as elementary school, this issue is present and needs to be addressed proactively, not just when there's a student that needs it, but this is the law was passed, and it would be really wonderful if the kids could just avail themselves of a bathroom without making a fuss about it, or singling themselves out, or outing themselves. My child is not currently out among his peers, but that might change. And in any case, that shouldn't be tied to his ability to use the bathroom. I also would really love to volunteer. If any parents can be part of the solution to better understanding and implementing an affirmative environment for gender nonconforming children, I'd be very happy to be a part of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Kemp, can we get some information back to the board on this issue about the availability of bathrooms, gender neutral bathrooms in our schools? Thank you to the students, especially who spoke tonight, and your bravery, and we really appreciate hearing about it.
Absolutely. We can bring some information regarding the gender neutral bathroom situation at our schools, where they're located, how many are available, and steps to increase the number of gender neutral bathrooms at our schools. So I'll have staff put together information for the board and bring that back.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to continue with public comment, and then I see Trustee Lieberman. I'll get to you afterwards. Go ahead, Mr. Ayala.
Hi, Cecile, you're up next to talk.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm looking for, uh-oh. Hang on one second. I was prepared.
We're going to continue with public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please make sure you mute your either YouTube live stream or webinar, just so there's no feedback.
I have the YouTube thing off. Can you hear me fine, or is there something I need to turn off?
We hear you. You can proceed.
Okay, good. I'm Cecile, and I've taught life skills and self-advocacy to students who can't advocate for themselves for 13 years. They're different than most of our high school students, but if we stop and think about them, we can hear them. I'm here to speak for the dignity of our students and the safety of our teachers across the district, teachers and students. We life skill teachers are our students' voices, and we want you to listen to us tonight as we speak for them. I'm our students' voice who is so overwhelmed by the hurricane of sound, sights, and smells and vibration, which we know as high school, that he charges the one safe person for him, his teacher, wrapping his adult-sized strong arms around her so tight she can't breathe, and lifts her off the ground so she dangles over the hot pavement like a rag doll, and then holds her there as she prays nothing worse will happen next or later today or tomorrow. I'm our student's voice who's in the room when her teacher is yanked back by her ponytail so hard some of her hair comes out of her head and she cries. It scared me, Mom. It was terrifying. Do I have to go back there? The words she can't say when she goes home. I'm our student's voice who sometimes has no one to help him clean himself in the bathroom. Our adult student who goes home and can't speak, so he can't say, Mom, I smell bad. It's embarrassing. No one took care of me at school today. Mom, it's scary being in the bathroom with my pants down with a stranger. It doesn't feel safe. I don't feel safe at my school, Mom. I'm our student's voice who's trapped in a tiny little van with 11 other students when the strongest student of them all suddenly goes into a raging tirade and sinks his fingernails into her forearm. It was terrifying, Miss Cummings. I'm scared to go on the bus. She was able to talk about it. I'm the voice of every terrified life skills teacher across this district, walking on eggshells every single minute of every single day, not knowing if they'll be able to walk out of their classroom on their own two legs at the end of the day or not. And I'm the voice of all the life skills teachers who know our district has nearly 58% budget surplus, and that money is all it takes to fix these situations. Please, let's fix this. Let's be Santa Clara Unified strong. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah. You're up next to talk.
Hi, my name is Sarah Deweese and I teach at Cabrillo Middle School. Today, I was notified of yet another close contact due to COVID. I thought it was interesting that Dr. Kemp mentioned that the district is purchasing safety materials for our schools. We were told recently that the district will no longer be providing the cleaning wipes that we use in between each student's access to our classroom to sanitize the high-touch areas. Dr. Kemp has promised to keep our students safe. Why then is this essential safety procedure being cut from our safety supplies? Does each school now fend for themselves? Am I to use my own money to purchase this item? Or do I ask parents to supply their children with personal wipes to clean the high-touch areas that they will be touching as they enter my classroom? Please, please continue to keep our students safe by supplying the cleaning wipes that they can use daily as they enter my classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deweese. And Dr. Kemp, I don't know that you have the information now, but if you can get back to us about the supplies, the cleaning supplies that are being provided to classrooms, and more information about how we are keeping our kids safe in the classrooms as they move around.
So we actually are providing those. The school needs to place an order through our requisition system, and those supplies will be delivered to the school sites.
Okay. Maybe you just need to have somebody clarify with Cabrillo
Yes.
to make sure that they're getting what they need.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any more members of the public who wish to speak. Nope, take that back. Mr. Ayala, may continue?
Hi, Linda, you'll be next to speak.
Good evening, President Muirhead and board members. I emailed about a topic I feel the board needs to discuss, but since I received no reply and I feel this matter is urgent, I wanted to bring it to your attention and the public during a board meeting. I'm not sure if you were aware previously, but schools keep running out of hot lunch for children. Some examples of quote unquote meals some students have received when this happened included carrot sticks, graham cracker cookies and milk, or black beans, a peach and milk. I'm sure there are other examples from other schools. School administrators are aware and are trying to do what they can for their sites, but we have a major issue that needs immediate rectification by the nutrition department. It is unfair to our administrators, leaving a burden on them that the nutrition department should be handling. The nutrition department is aware of this issue, and I know parents have reached out to them. They also posted about it on their social media, but didn't address what they plan to do to rectify the issue. And despite the nutrition department knowing about this matter, it keeps happening. When schools are short on food, parents are not even notified so we can bring our children a proper meal. We have to do better for our kids. especially for those students who regularly rely heavily on their schools for food. I hope you will be able to assist in rectifying this issue. This is a disgrace. No child in any of our schools should ever go hungry or without a proper meal. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Dr. Kemp, do you have any thoughts on that one?
We will have information for the board and the community on this. I know there are some supply chain issues that are happening, and this year we'll bring information back, but we do provide free meals to all students, and we will have to find out what's happening with the calculation of the number of meals that are needed at each school site.
Thank you.
And good evening, Amy. You'll be next to speak.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy Magana, and I am a special education teacher at Wilcox High School. And I teach students with moderate to severe disabilities, and our focus is independent living skills and vocational training. And the reason for my call tonight is safety for my students, my staff, and myself. I have a very big size student. He's the size of an adult man. He's strong and he's fast. He is dysregulated and aggressive. I literally borrowed a blocking pad from the football coach to keep myself safe. There have been multiple incidents that involve him charging me or his one-to-one attendant, grabbing both of us. I am the person that was lifted off the ground and like a rag doll from what people have described it. He has had multiple behavior supports in place. In special ed, the law is LRE, least restrictive environment. That means the environment that students can learn in best. This young man is not intentionally trying to hurt me, but there are so many triggers for him that cause stress. That may be bells, announcements, lights, the number of students, commotion in the halls. We need to consider an environment or an LRE that promotes success for him. We need to have equality for all of our students. It should be at the forefront of our minds. When he is dysregulated, it takes away from all of my students' learning. Most importantly, we all need to be safe. Thank you.
Good evening, Joyce. You're up next to speak. Oh, I'm sorry, Joyce. You're using an older version of Zoom. I'll display the callback number so you can give your public comments, but there's also the public-comments at susd.org email. Just a second.
Ms. Flores, also, if you can, if you have another device that may have an updated Zoom, you can call right back in and raise your hand. That would also work. If not, we would like to get your comments and you can email them in. Trustee Fairchild, you have a comment?
The screen changed rather quickly. I don't know how anyone was able to read that screen. So could we put it back up and read the phone number for her to call in and give her a second? Sure. I couldn't read the screen that fast. So Ms. Flores, the phone number for you to call is 669-900-9128. That's in the center of the screen. So if you call, you will be able to make your comment that way, and we will give you a second. 669-900-9128.
And I'm going to go on to public comment on agendized items, and then I'll take a minute and we'll see if she calls back in. Okay, so thank you to all of the members of the public that commented. I'm now moving on to the next item is public comment on agendized items. So this is a time to speak if you want to comment on something that is on the agenda tonight, but you don't want to wait until later when the item comes up. You could raise your hand now and make your comment. You are not allowed to comment now and later when the item comes up, but it is an option if you'd like to comment now. Okay, I don't see anyone else raising their hand, and I don't see.
I see a phone number.
They raise their hand. You can use *9 to raise your hand. There we go. Okay.
And Joyce, I'm assuming it's you with
Hello?
yes, you're allowed to speak.
Hello? Hi, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know I have the old Zoom link. But anyways, yeah, thank you for helping me out to get connected. I'm Joycelyn Flores. I'm one of the life skills teacher at Wilcox High School. And I just want to express my support with my colleagues because every year we've been having these issues over and over again, and we felt like the support is not enough. Like, we want to serve our students. We want them to learn. We want them to be safe. So when we ask for support, we mean support, because we rarely ask for help. We always make things better. We always serve our students. We always make them feel safe, but we need the district's help. We need the special ed department's help. And it's disservicing our students, especially the ones that in the classroom who suffers from trauma because of a student's behavior. So please put yourself in our students' shoes. They cannot express what they feel. They cannot express their thoughts, their emotions. And we are their voices, just like what Ms. Cummings said. We have to advocate for our families and for our students. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike. You'll be allowed to speak.
Dr. Kemp, members of the board, thank you guys for allowing me to briefly speak about the food situation, as my child was also affected by lack of meals at the school. Part of the problem that I see is that we are using statistical data to predict kids' behavior. And that's like asking them what are they going to do for recess, right? Whether or not they're going to have lunch. Some of them will say, no, we're not going to have lunch, and they do end up jumping in line. We can't stop that, right? So I think we got to get a little better process in place that A, can be more predictive, or B, be more final in the decision that they made. If they did bring home lunch and they elect not to go to lunch for that particular day, maybe the kids that did indeed say that they need a lunch can go eat first. But again, I don't know how you guys will manage that. Secondly, we should ensure that there is a backup plan. At the time that the incident happened with my child, there wasn't anything in place. So again, thank you to the nutrition services at the school who scrambled to get something put together to eat. But if you look on the Instagram page for the nutrition services, those meals are great. I'd want one, but it doesn't reflect what some of the foods being served on a day-to-day basis. So let's just be consistent with how we do our forecasting and have a safety net in place should we run out of food. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you for raising that. That looks like that's the last of our public comment. So thank you all for speaking. We're now moving on to our item I, discussion and action. I.1 is school of attendance and open enrollment transfers into the AB 130 independent study program for 2021-2022. Dr. Kemp, you have a presentation on this.
Yes, we have a presentation. I'd like to have Dr. Carrillo and Joanna Gonzalez please moved into the room. Joe, if you could do that for us. And as they're coming in, I wanted to share with the board that we are bringing information to the board per the request at a previous meeting regarding the process for enrollment in independent study. And so Dr. Carrillo and Ms. Gonzalez are going to share with you the background, how we got to where we are today, and provide some options for the board to weigh in on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kemp, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Santa Clara Unified School District community. My name is Dr. Brenda Carrillo, and I'm the Director for Student Services. And I'm joined tonight by Ms. Joanna Gonzalez, who is the Enrollment Center Manager. In our presentation, Student Return to School of Attendance from Independent Study Program, we're going to provide you, as Dr. Kemp said, with a brief overview of the program background. We're going to provide you also with enrollment data to help provide some context for this conversation. And then we're going to provide you with 3 options for consideration and discussion. Next slide. Oops, there it is. Next slide, please. Great. So I'm sorry, if you could go back, Joe. This is not the correct presentation. The presentation that we have is Student Return to School of Attendance from Independent Study Program.
Joe, it's a presentation under I-1.
Just a second. I'll download it again.
I do have it up if sharing the screen would be an option. Joe will probably get it soon, but just to tell you, I have it available.
There you go. Thank you so much. You can move forward to this one. Thank you so much. Okay, so as we begin our presentation, I wanted to share several highlights about the independent study program. The first is that it was developed with district and board guidance, and it is aligned with AB 130. And as we implemented our independent study program, our interest was really to ensure that parents had all of the information that they needed to make informed decisions about enrollment in our independent study program. So we clearly articulated to them that a return to school of attendance was not guaranteed should they decide to enroll in the independent study program. And this practice is aligned with neighboring districts in our surrounding communities. Another point is that holding seats for students enrolled in our independent study program does impact enrollment at all of our school sites, not just our open enrollment school sites. And finally, we have to date been able to accommodate all students who have requested a return to in-person learning, as well as those students who have initially indicated an interest into going into the independent study program, but then later changed their mind. So overall, to date, the process of returning students to in-person learning has been manageable. And at this point, Ms. Gonzalez is going to provide you with enrollment data related to the independent study program.
Thank you. Next slide. So this table here on your screen highlights elementary enrollment by school site and grade level, currently enrolled in our ISP program as of September 17th. Based on the information displayed on the chart, you can see that there is variations between students enrolled in the independent studies program by school site and by grade level. It is important to mention that this table and the table on the next slide reflects where the students last attended, not their school of residence. Currently, we have 11 students at the elementary level and 3 students at the middle school level who are attending the independent study program, whose last school of attendance was based on open enrollment. Next slide, please. This table highlights secondary enrollment by school and grade level, and it shows the previous school of attendance as of September 17th. Again, there is variations across school sites and grade levels in terms of enrollment in the ISP at both the middle and high school level. Next slide, please. This table shows the elementary open enrollment waitlist by site and grade level. As you know, every school year, sites accept as many students on open enrollment to apply as possible. Students who are not accepted on open enrollment are placed on a wait list and are accepted as space becomes available. Our most impacted school at the elementary level is Milliken, with 316 students on the wait list, followed by Central Park with 45 students on the wait list. It's important to note that Milliken and Washington Open are school of choice, whereas the remaining sites are neighborhood sites, and they first must accommodate students who live within their attendance boundaries before accommodating students who apply for open enrollment. Next slide, please. This table shows the middle school open enrollment waitlist by sites. You can see that at Peterson, we have the highest number of students on the open enrollment waitlist. And currently at the high school level, we were able to accommodate all of the students who applied for open enrollment for the 21-22 school year. Next slide. And I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Correa.
Thank you, Joanna. So at this point in our presentation, we'd like to share 3 options for discussion. And as we present each option, it's going to outline both the advantages and the challenges for each of those options. So option 1 maintains the current practice that we have now that was initially established for the independent study program. And under this option, there is not a guarantee of a return to school of attendance. The advantages of this option are that it minimizes overloading to other schools as we can continue to enroll new students who come to our district. It also maintains our open enrollment process and provides the opportunity for us to continue to draw students from our open enrollment waitlist. It also supports our already established independent study process as staffing and supports are currently in place. Some challenges under this option are that students on open enrollment who leave independent study would return to their school of residence. And if space were not available, a student would then be overloaded to a school with availability. It is important to note that this would also be true for students attending ISP from sites with impacted enrollment. And finally, students on open enrollment would also need to reapply for an opportunity to attend their school of choice for the following year. Next slide, please. Under option 2, The key advantage here is that there would be a guarantee that students who leave the independent study program would return to their school of attendance. There are some challenges also associated with option 2. Those challenges are that new students to the district might be overloaded to accommodate the saving of seats for independent study students, so that even when spaces are available at the school of residence, we would need to overload the students because we were saving seats, which does raise issues of equity. Also, we would no longer take students from the open enrollment wait list. We currently have 544 students on that list, and that would be in order to hold seats for students in the independent study program. Class sizes under this model would also, or could also fluctuate, as classroom spaces would not be filled as students enrolled in the independent study program. And in these cases, we could have some teachers that would have a full classroom, while others might have a significantly lower class size. And then finally, adequate resources to support this option are fairly complex. As you all know, there are currently national and local staffing shortages, which means that we may need to have teachers, administrators, and other staff who would be redeployed or may have to collapse classes and so forth in order to address this gap. And there are also, of course, cost and space implications that we would need to plan for under this option. Next slide.
To illustrate some of the complexities with option 2, we have provided 2 examples related to enrollment. These examples highlight that holding seats would impact enrollment at all school sites, not just our open enrollment schools. For example, as of 9/17 at Cabrillo Middle School, we have 11 students in independent study at grades 7 and 8. If we hold seats for those 11 students who are on ISP, we would need to immediately overload students enrolled at Cabrillo in these grade levels, because they are, one of the grade levels is at capacity. At Central Park, kindergarten enrollment is almost at capacity. So if we were to hold a seat for students in independent study, we would have no more additional seats for students who moved into the attendance area, and we would have to overload them to a different school. Next slide,
We
please.
switch the slides.
Yes. Joe, can you go forward one more? And then one more. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you. Option 3 guarantees the opportunity for students to return to their school of attendance for the 22-23 school year. This option provides us time to plan for enrollment and staffing for the next school year to ensure that we have the adequate resources for the 22-23 school year. It would reduce the number of new students in our district that we could potentially overload due to saving seats for students in independent study. Similar to option 2, we would no longer be able to take students from the wait list in order to hold seats for students returning from independent study. And then for students returning to their school of residence, space may not be available if the school's enrollment is impacted. So if space is not available, the student would have to be overloaded to a different school in our district, but then would be able to return for the 22-23 school year. Next slide, please.
So in summary, transitioning from our current practice to a guaranteed return to school of attendance would require us to think about a few things. One is additional resources. We would need to recruit or redeploy staff and secure additional space for new independent study classrooms if indeed there was an increase in independent study enrollment. As I mentioned earlier, there would also be some financial implications that would emerge here. Additionally, this change would have an impact to our enrollment process for our families. We would be altering the current enrollment practice by intentionally not filling open spaces at our schools. Additionally, future changes to AB 130 may have implications for our independent study program that are currently unforeseen. And finally, of course, the pandemic is still a factor for us to consider in terms of its impact on enrollment. Next slide, Joe. We do understand that each option shared tonight has advantages and as well as challenges for our school community. We're happy to answer any additional questions that may emerge as part of this discussion, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll do a round of clarifying questions or brief comments, and then I'll go out to public comment. So if you're out in the public, you can raise your hand in the webinar if you're interested in speaking. So we will start with Trustee Ratterman.
Yeah, open enrollment has always been a challenging process. The board in the past, the history of the board has always been to be as accommodating as possible to the process. We've grandfathered multiple times, set it up for grandfathering people. If you were in the open enrollment process, you got grandfathered in. You didn't have to worry about reapplying, doing this type of thing. We even grandfathered some of the sibling preferences for people in open enrollment. And so when I look at the three options that are up there, the one that seems to make the most sense to me is option 3. Granted, it isn't as accommodating as option 2. We want to minimize disruption to the students' total tenure at Santa Clara Unified School District. So the 1 year that they've done open enrollment, fine. If it doesn't work through the year, they go back out and they go maybe to a different school or to a different class. But then after that, they get to go right back into their previously approved open enrollment that was out there. And that way they start to reconnect back to it. And that way the parents have a choice and the students have a choice to say, well, let's finish the class with without any fear of losing their school. They can finish this year or they can go back to in-person, but next year they get back into whatever class they had hard fought. I mean, some of the people trying to get into Millikan and Washington Open and Central Park, this is a very, very tough issue. So for me, I feel pretty strongly that we should try to accommodate them the best we can. It doesn't make any sense that because it's something completely beyond their control, i.e. the pandemic, and they may have circumstances where they cannot go to in-person this year, we should not penalize them for that because it's not something they created. It's something they were the victims of. I ran out of time. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
Thanks, President Muirhead. This is a very complicated topic, and I feel for the parents who are in the situation, especially those who have health needs at home and have been in an open enrollment situation, say from the time their child was maybe in kindergarten, their child's in 4th grade, and they're looking at what's going to happen. Do they keep their kid home? How do they handle this? And so this is an emotional issue. It's a health and safety issue. And embedded in that, it's our kids. And that makes it even harder for all of us. In thinking about this, I do like option 3 the best. I think as a board, of course, we can change our policies and practices temporarily. We did that last year. It is very different for an open enrollment school than a neighborhood school because I'm guaranteed priority at a neighborhood school, and I'm not guaranteed priority at open enrollment school if I leave. So I like the third option, obviously much better. However, if there is space at that open enrollment school, the child, of course, is able to go back immediately into that grade level. My question, though, as I looked at this chart, is that it would have been more helpful to know what the current enrollment is at each of the school sites, because as the board gave very specific direction of how big we wanted our classes to be. And so while I know that we've lost some of our kids who are choosing independent study, in a way that has allowed, like, hopefully a school like Millikan to have some smaller classes, because we set a lower class size threshold. Now, we didn't want to kick those Millikan kids out to create those smaller class sizes, but it makes sense that if some of those, to me anyway, if some of those parents want to go to independent study and then Millikan is able to have those smaller class sizes for this year, like the rest of the district, that feels a little better to me, because I feel like they were kind of not included in that direction because we didn't want to leave students. So my question would be, do we have an idea of where Milliken is sitting with their class sizes right now? And I apologize for not sending this in earlier.
Joanna, do you have a sense of that?
Yes, and I believe Mr. Shields did that projection, but yes, they are below. I believe they are at the 22-20 below what the board recommended for each grade level, because they lost students during the summer, and so they didn't fill up those seats they didn't fill up those seats when they lost students. So they are following the board's recommendation in terms of having lower class sizes.
Because I think the board gave clear direction that we don't want them maxed out. And so I'm hoping that we're keeping all of our class sizes as small as they possibly can be. And so that's good to hear. I'm looking forward to seeing the full presentation, because I thought that was supposed to be on this agenda. But
Trustee Fairchild,
I'm done.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so we'll go out for public comment at this point. So Mr. Ayala.
President Muir, Trustee Gonzalez just raised his hand.
Too late. We're going out to public comment. So we'll come back to him.
All right, good evening, Kendra. You're first up to speak.
Hi, thank you. Please consider allowing students who've transferred to independent study and who are homeschooled this year to keep their place at their home school. I've continued to keep my children home this fall because we have a family member who is high risk for COVID. Because the vaccines are not yet available for younger age group, school is a high risk for us at this point. I would not have my 7th grader in independent study or be homeschooling my 3rd grader this year otherwise. My 3rd grader had previously struggled with distance learning under the best teachers and circumstances, so homeschooling was really our only option this year. This is exceptional time, so I ask you to make this exception that was made last year when the parents had the option to keep their kids home for school and yet also maintain their child's place at their home school. Nothing has changed for our family. We are still restricted by COVID due to our family's members' vulnerability. If we are really concerned about social emotional transition back to in-person, I would ask you to extend this to all children, not just the ones who have returned to in-person this fall, but also those who have the hope of returning to in-person once vaccinations are available to them. Let these children return to school that they know, the familiar school grounds, the teachers, and most importantly, their friends. Please reinstate the IS and homeschooling kids' ability to return to their home school and apply this retroactively for children like mine, whose parents had to make the difficult decision to keep them home this fall because of COVID. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Jeanine. You are next to speak.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to discuss this issue at tonight's meeting. Our school communities are an essential part of our children's lives, and yet at the same time, it is vital that we meet the needs of families who may be in vulnerable health situations. We must not force families to choose between what is right for the health and safety of their family and their school communities. A year ago, when distance learning was made necessary, the district made the choice to allow students for whom this was not a healthy fit to homeschool with the option to return to their schools the following year. As a result of this decision, my son has been able to return to his school this year, to return to his school community, his school traditions, familiar faces, and the familiar surroundings of the campus. I have witnessed in the past few weeks what a gift and comfort this is for him after the challenges of the past year and a half. The school is like a second home, and allowing him to return to his school this year allowed him to come home again. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of other families who need you to make a decision that will allow them to return to their school next year. I know from personal experience how heart-wrenching it is to try to make a decision between what you know is right for the health of your child and being able to return to a valued community. Families who need to choose independent study to protect vulnerable family members should not be forced to sacrifice their position at their schools. To do so would put these families at an unfair disadvantage based solely on their health needs. You must allow families to protect their health without punishing them by depriving them of their school communities. Given that we are still in an extraordinarily unusual times, the district should allow children for whom independent study is the right health option to return to their open enrollment schools next year. Please do not force families to choose between their community and their health. Thank you.
Good evening, Wanda. You're up next.
Hi. She said it all, but I'm going to say a little more. I'm a single great grandmother, and I've let my kid down because he's in IS and he's doing wonderfully there. But not just him, the children have been through so much stress, so much social isolation, to lose their friends and their contacts. And look how many, there aren't that many at Santa Clara High School that are in ninth grade right now. You know, if you break the numbers down, there just aren't that many. And my kid, he didn't make the choice not to go back, but we did make the choice at 82 years old with underlying conditions. We didn't have a choice. I don't want to let him down. I don't want any of the children to be let down. He's had his friends from Westwood and Booksir, and it's school of attendance. So when we change everything around, he's not even in the right school district. And yet I'm trying to keep that for him. So please, and thank you.
Good evening, Rochelle. You're up next to speak.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. I want to echo the sentiments of Trustee Retterman and Fairchild that we are in an unprecedented time, and I'm asking for grace and consideration when circumstances out of our control have forced us to remain home. You've all heard from me several times already, and I appreciate your patience with my continued communications. Our plight is that we're a family particularly vulnerable to COVID. After the last meeting failed to address this question, I had to pull my daughter out, and it was a very difficult decision. Despite my fear that she may not be able to return for her graduating year if her spot isn't held, I still had to make that decision because it was the only safe one for my family. I know many families who've made this difficult decision to remain home this year, and several of them had to decide to homeschool rather than to do independent study. The circumstances that prompted the board to hold the spots last year for homeschooling children continue this school year. The independent study program, while wonderful, is certainly not an option for many children. It requires hours of online work and familiarity with programs that even I have struggled to navigate. All these families, homeschooling and independent study, who have chosen to stay home for this year only, have made that decision because of COVID-19 and that alone. We all prefer to have our children learning in person. Please understand what a difficult decision it was to leave our school community. There's no way I would have taken this chance of risking my daughter not graduating with her closest friends from kindergarten if I didn't believe with all my heart that it was the only safe decision for my family. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment before we switch back. Okay, so we'll end the public comment at this time and go back to board discussion. So Trustee Gonzalez, sorry I couldn't get to you before, but your turn.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess I have a couple of thoughts. I know that some of our alternative sites, such as Milliken, Washington Open, just because of they've usually been impacted. Usually their classes have been, to the limit as far as the contract would allow. Sometimes they're not going to be as small as maybe we would like it in this time of COVID. But having children that actually attended Millikan, I could tell you that would not have been a problem for me if this, if it occurred. So as a parent, I would say that would have been fine. Obviously, as a teacher, that's something that, as we look towards the district and try to alleviate some of the issues that arise and keep the classes as small as possible, that may be something that, I'm glad that they are, keeping their classes as small as possible. I guess the question that I would have is, when we look at what options might work or might work better, because I don't think there's going to be a win-win for everyone in any one of these options. And obviously the district would find it very difficult to implement, some of them. But it appears that maybe option 2 with the full guarantee is probably the one that might meet the needs of our students best. Obviously, we know that about half of our student population is in the K or TK through 5th grade, and really cannot get the vaccine, right? So I think that if we have a way to better meet the needs for those students who can't get a vaccine, it's going to be beneficial for really a majority of our students in our district. And the question I would have is, what recommendation does staff have for which option? And as far as we know that we have open enrollment, and basically you can go to any school as long as it's not impacted and they have seats available. What's the number of students that have enrolled or basically open enrolled in a school that's not their neighborhood school, if we have that percentage? And I should have asked that question earlier. I think I remember it's somewhere in the 20 to 30% from past years, but if we have that answer, great. If not, that'd just be something that I would like to know as well. Thank you.
I think I'm going to have Dr. Carrillo answer the second question. The first question really regarding the options, the first one is to stay the course, which we're hearing from a part of our community that they want to have an option to have the opportunity to return to their school of residence in the fall. That is then option 3. And option 3, though, has some challenges with it because we have staffing requirements to staff up the independent study program. If we have students exiting the homeschool and going to independent study, we have 5 days to place them. And, we have a shortage of teachers. It could cause potentially additional need to move staff into those positions there at independent study, and creates just some challenges there. With option 3, and in essence, we would be saving the seat for the students as long as we could at their home school, with the guarantee that they would get that when they return. So our schools where we have open enrollment, essentially, we wouldn't fill those seats with any students off of the wait list. And so that would be basically is suspend the wait list for this year, and then have the students go back into those seats next fall. The only challenge, the really biggest challenge with option 3 is having to hire staff to fill the positions that could be created due to increased demand in independent study program. And Brenda, you could maybe talk about the other question about percentage enrollment.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question that was asked. Percent of enrollment. Is that the 11 students that we had on our slide, I believe, Joanna?
Do you, Mr. Gonzalez, do you want the number of students on open enrollment in our district or currently in the independent study program?
No, it was probably an answer that you might not have, but it just basically the number of students who are open enrolled into a school that's not their neighborhood school. Because typically,
district-wide or an independent study currently?
It would be district-wide. So yeah, you might not have that answer.
Yeah, I don't have that number district-wide at the moment, but currently we have 11 students who are attending independent study who are on open enrollment in the independent study program. I think one of our concerns is students who are attending schools that are impacted like Cabrillo, because they wouldn't be able to return back to in-person learning at Cabrillo in 7th and 8th grade because of their current enrollment. So we would have to overload them for this year, but they would return when a space became available at Cabrillo this school year or next school year when we plan for staffing.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Rotterman.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and make a motion. This is scheduled as discussion action. And the motion would be to accept option 3 with a change. The change being that if anybody exited the open independent study this year and space was available in the school that they're going to, that they would be accommodated. So that's the motion. And then I do have a comment I want to make, but I want to see if you get a second. So.
Could I make a friendly amendment?
Sure, let's talk.
So one of the issues, we have 2 issues. We have our independent study issue, and then we have the families who, due to issues with independent study, are currently homeschooling their children. And so would your motion include those who have chosen independent study and homeschool for this school year to be able to return to their school next school year?
Yeah, that's consistent with what I said earlier. I said, you know, the people that have been inconvenienced or forced out of this due to the pandemic should still not be punished for that. So yes, that, I don't know if it's an amendment or what I originally intended, but that's a good clarification.
Okay, I'd happy to second that.
Okay, and then I'll continue with the 2 minutes there. I know that this is going to create some challenges for our administration. I think primarily option 3, which is the one that the motion's about, gives the most flexibility and solves the most problems, gives the most opportunity. But you know, the old phrase is the right thing to do is not always the easiest, and this is probably one of those cases. We probably will have to increase staff. I've been recommending that we increase staff now for almost a year and a half plus, because I think there are continually going to be challenges created by coming back to school, and then we need resources to be able to do that. And unfortunately, new certificated teachers aren't something you can just snap your fingers and get. So I think we need to be continually looking to bring that level up and have a bit of excess. We can use it for there's a ton of places where we can use extra teachers right now. And then eventually we can get this back to normal through attrition. So I do believe this is probably the most administration friendly, as well as the fairest to the students and parents out there that are also trying to find the right thing to do for their kids. And you heard the folks that were speaking just now. That resonated with me, and I've heard it before. So, but it every time I hear it, it's like, yeah, that makes total sense. Let's get these kids back, not disrupt their education, keep them with their friends, etc. Out of time. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Ryan.
Yeah, I definitely have a great deal of sympathy for families who are trying to make these tough choices. But as we look at these options, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this question earlier, but we have these 3 different options. My concern, but we don't have any cost to any of these options. And so I do want to understand what the cost of each of these options are, because as I understand it, if we are holding spaces open for students to be able to return, my sense of that is that they're almost for each of those spaces that we're holding, it's a student who's taking up 2 teaching spaces. So we're paying extra. And I do appreciate that we are in a better financial position than most districts. Most districts would not have the luxury to even be able to consider doing something like that. But I don't have a sense of what this might cost, which I think would be necessary to actually make a good decision on which option is best. So I don't know if we have any information on that or not.
Yes, so we are, when we will be bringing back our enrollment report at the next board meeting. And in that report, we have, we are essentially holding seats for students in open in the independent study program in case they move back, because we know we're going to have to move students in because there's that 5-day window for placing students. So that's given us a little bit of a breather room. If we were to have, and right now our independent study program is K-8 is filled. We don't have many seats open for additional students who choose to go over there. So it would require us potentially to hire one or more staff members, depending on the number of teachers, number of parents who request to move into the independent study program. We have been successful in hiring and filling the independent study teacher positions. But what we've done while we are flying the positions is we have temporarily assigned our teachers on special assignment or TOSAs to go over there and to set up a class and run a class. The other situation that I think needs to that bears into this decision is, depending on the numbers of students, we potentially could have combo classes being created in order to be able to accommodate sort of the shift right now. Students in the program may have to switch teachers, as we have a combo class that I know of in the elementary where we may have to create another class and then the kids have to change teachers. So, there are some logistical considerations to keep in mind as this, if this gets implemented, that could potentially create some challenges for us that we certainly can overcome, but there are mitigating factors to keep in mind as we move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make some comments and then I'll get to you, Trustee Fairchild, since I haven't spoken yet. I really appreciate what the parents are going through when you're in the situation of having a high-risk family member and not too many choices about what you can do and the effect that can have on your family. I also am looking forward, looking to when vaccines are available for our 5 to 11-year-olds sometime this fall, and I can really see a flood of students going back, leaving the independent study program and going back, and there's going to be this huge shift and lots of adjustments. And I think if we make this decision to go with option 2 or 3, we're going to see a significant number, I don't know how many, but a group of students who are going to leave the in-person and move to independent study now that they know that they can go back. So I do see a lot of staffing issues with the waves of this, but that's kind of COVID is causing these problems that we've never had before, and we're going to need to figure out a way. If we have this wave of kids going over to independent study because of this decision, then we'll need to bring in some TOSAs and we'll need to hire some teachers, and until we can get it settled. And that's kind of how that program is going to be working this year, because of how the state has set up this process of 5 days and we have to move them. We're kind of stuck with that. So I prefer option 3 over option 2. I'm a little nervous about what's going to happen to our staffing and our ratios, but I do see that that we should be supporting these families with this. Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
Okay, I want to bring up one of our other favorite words from the pandemic, and that's nimble. And this is one of those situations where I think we're going to have to be nimble as educators and as parents. One of the things that I appreciate in option 3 is it's not this school year, it's next school year. And so when we're saying that these students can come back, it's next school year. This school year is we will have the shifting as a result of the pandemic, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that if we enact this policy and everyone who's in a preferred open enrollment school, especially I would see this more than a neighborhood school, says, okay, I'm going to independent study, and suddenly we lose half of our enrollment at that open enrollment school, we need to make sure that we have some options of how we're going to handle that. And we need to be able to negotiate that and work on that so that our independent study doesn't become utter chaos. And I think that is the concern I'm hearing, is that we could have, with this change in policy, a huge change. Now, we may not, because students have been in school now, 5-6 weeks. They're settled in. Some of us, our fears of going back we're like, okay, we've survived. In my family, I don't even know how many COVID notices at this point. We've survived. We're doing okay. We can do this. But there are the concern about, what do we do if we have a significant decrease or increase of students in independent study, particularly from one school. And that's where I hope as staff we can be nimble and figure that out. And because we may have to look at doing some things that we don't necessarily like doing to come up with some solutions.
Okay, we have a motion on the table here to accept option 3 with allowing students to move back to their previous school if there is space available even this year. They don't have to wait until next year. That was made by Trustee Ratterman and seconded by Trustee Fairchild. So we will, I don't see any more comment, so we'll go ahead and vote on that. Okay, Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes, so that passes 7-0. Okay. Great, then we will move on to I.2, which is a discussion action item on returning to in-person board meetings. So I will turn it over to Dr. Kemp for our presentation on this item.
Joe, we have a slide deck. Thank you. All right, so we've had this on the agenda to bring to the board since last April to discuss the procedures for returning to in-person and when the board was going to come back for in-person board meetings. And some things have happened since last April. Most recently, the end of last week, when AB 361, next slide, please, was authorized, which extends the ability to hold electronic board meetings and until 2023 through 2023, so the beginning of 2024. Now, AB 361, the authority of this actually has some additional rules regarding the implementation of these electronic meetings, and requires that the board would weigh in every 30 days through a resolution regarding the safety and the health and safety situation in the community, to affirm that they would remain as electronic board meetings or virtual meetings. So AB 361 also provides some additional clarification regarding public input, public comments in real time. We have been receiving public comments in real time. I suspect there are other communities in California where public comments had to be received prior to the board meeting. So we would continue this public comment process that we continue to have. So moving on to the next slide, then as we think about this evening, one of the things that the board would need to take action on tonight, if the decision is to hold electronic meetings after October 1st, is to take action on a resolution which is attached to this agenda item. And of course, we would also have to make sure that in our meeting notices, which we currently have, we would have to include information about how the public can access the meetings and offer public comment. We currently do that. And also how the public could attend the meeting, which we currently have available to our public. So those second two actions on meeting notices and public attendance, there are no changes there. It's really around this resolution that the board would have to consider every 30 days. The next slide, please. So and again, a little bit more information around the real-time public comment. There is some additional requirements here regarding if there's disruption to the electronic means, meaning internet goes down, we have to basically stop the meeting until this is resolved so that the public will have an opportunity to engage during the meeting. So we haven't had that happen, but you never know, right? And then also the roll call votes, which we currently do. So next slide. So what I'd like for the board to engage in is a discussion are basically two options. The one would be, does the board want to remain in electronic meetings pursuant to AB 361? If necessary to meet health and safety concerns. If so, we'll prepare the resolution tonight during the meeting. Or option B, return to in-person. So before we go to the return to in-person meetings effective October 1st, I did want to share with the board on the next slide, what are the safety protocols for returning to in-person meetings? So, our public health department guidelines have established that, there is no social distancing requirement any longer. We can discuss what that might look like. We would have the use of face coverings. We can provide partitions and dividers, and we have the air filtration systems in our boardroom. Attendees would have to, so any public that comes into the meeting would have to register through Facilitron so we can do contact tracing, and the room capacity for the boardroom will be set at the fire code limit. So that just knowing that, the boardroom, of course we could, establish some protocols around that. So for the in-person, we for the meetings, the other thing to consider on the next slide is really regarding board member attendance, because we would have for the governance team, we would have the entire governance team there in person. We could have some members via Zoom based on choice. And again, if you are not attending in person and you're attending the meeting electronically, you have to do the notice on your front door or wherever you're sitting for the meeting. So the public, if they decide they want to attend, they can come in and listen in. And then we could also have an option where the members attend or are present in a rotation. So like 3 board members plus the board president and the superintendent, or the last option is really that virtual one, which I discussed earlier. Then for in-person board meetings, we would have either cabinet attend in the boardroom or have them come in virtually, because we would be streaming the meetings. And I would recommend that our student board reps remain virtual. The last piece is around, on slide number 8, is around public engagement. So we would have our public attendance would be through a call-in option or internet-based option. We would have the public comments done in real time, or you could have the public comments in person. So you can make a choice whether you want or a combination of that. So you could have all virtual public comments, in-person public comments only, or a combination of those two. So that's another factor to weigh. And then the last thing before we go into board discussion is really around closed session. We have to decide where we're going to hold closed session. Again, room capacity is one of the things to keep in mind. How would we run our closed session? We have to make some upgrades to the boardroom for streaming the meetings, and if we choose to do that. And then we also need to understand that if health and safety conditions warrant, we may have to go back to electronic meetings. And so if there were to be a situation where we needed to do that, we most likely, under guidance of legal counsel, have to call a meeting and do the resolution to go into to reestablish electronic meetings. And so those are kind of the high level questions that I have for the board. And as you consider whether we will remain in electronic meetings or whether we'll return to in-person.
Okay, so we'll do a round of board comments and questions, and then I'll check and see if there's any public comments. So we will start with Trustee Ratterman.
Yeah. So until the safety protocols are reduced, until the community gets to the point where we're not having close contacts, et cetera, I really think the virtual option is the one we should continue with. It's set up, we're accustomed to it. It provides, I think, the greatest access for people, particularly anybody who would like to attend and talk, doesn't have the issue of exposing themselves if they're in a high-risk category. I think it's actually providing a bit broader access to the meetings, to the folks. And so, like I said, until things change, I would say we continue the way we are. I like going in the meetings. I mean, I think there's a certain camaraderie that takes place there, and I think it's a little easier to manage. Sorry, Jody, but I think going to a virtual meeting, continuing the virtual meeting is probably the right thing to do for now, and then we can take a look at this down the road. Thanks.
No apologies to me. It's a board decision. Trustee Lieberman?
You just have to manage it along with the that crazy roll call vote each time.
Well, I'll get to that on my turn. Go ahead, Trustee Lieberman.
Thank you, President Muirhead. Well, I'm going to disagree with my colleague, Trustee Ratterman. I think, you know, we're asking our teachers, our kids, our paras, you know, our staff to go back in person. And I think if they can safely do it with protocols, you know, I see no reason for us not to. I think that we can continue with virtual comments. I would like to see us continue with virtual comments and virtual streaming so that we can maximize the public participation. And I think that's an important piece. My one question in terms of attendance in person for the public would be if we would be requiring any kind of proof of vaccination or negative COVID test in order to attend in person for admittance into the room. You know, most businesses, you know, like, you know, you can't go to an event with a ticket without showing some sort of proof of vaccination or negative COVID test. So I'm curious if we can implement anything like that for public that enters into the boardroom. But other than that, I'd like to see us return to in-person meetings. Thank you.
Dr. Kemp, do you or our lawyer have a comment about asking for vaccination status or a negative test?
Joe, could you move Lisa Mori over into the meeting? And while we're doing this, I wanted just to address the resolution because I think it's important that that we understand that the resolution is that AB 361 is not about convenience. It's really around this imminent risk to health and safety. So the board is going to have to describe how meeting in person would present imminent risk to health and safety of attendees. That's the key here. And so we have to describe the conditions causing this imminent risk to the attendees if we don't go back to in-person meetings. And then, and so that's critical for the board to weigh in as they're making this consideration. So Lisa's in the room now and she could weigh in on the other questions, Bonnie, that you had.
Hi. Interestingly, I've had already been asked these questions by a few different boards. The one that came up specifically was the question about vaccination status as a ticket to participate in person. And unfortunately, I don't think there's an absolute answer to that. I can tell you that more likely than not, conditioning attendance at a meeting that is by law supposed to be open to the public absent some other type of order or I guess order or legislative enactment in place around mandatory vaccinations could present some problems. I know that there are some creative solutions that folks have been sort of banding about in terms of ways to facilitate in-person meetings while also enabling the broadest access to meetings from the members of the public. I believe over in in Southern California, and I think in San Ramon Valley over in the East Bay, they are looking at, requesting masking, requiring masking in the Bay Area, requesting it down in Southern California. And also for unvaccinated folks, if you're not vaccinated, providing, the ability to come in one by one and speak, or have a microphone outside of the room where, the person is directly presenting live in a sense to the board. It's not unlike situations where, like many years ago in Oakland, when fire code prohibited massive amounts of people in the same room and they had satellite rooms set up available for folks to be attending, you can separate folks out. I know the logistics of your current boardroom only enables so many people to be in there. So if there's a high interest topics where a lot of people want to be in person, you could move places, weather conditions, permitting, around and about. And just as Trustee Lieberman articulated, one of the tools I know that folks are considering, which may well just have the natural effect of limiting the number of people who actually show up and want to be presenting in person, is the simultaneous ability to engage and provide comment live via, the webinar platform. You do not have to make a finding under and utilize the 361 provisions that relax some of the Brown Act rules around video conferencing in order to permit that remote comment. So there are some creative ways to be able to keep people safe. And again, as Dr. Kemp indicated, the legislature is pretty clear that the default and the interest is in ensuring in-person meetings and in-person access, and that 361 was, and I will tell you, was actually not so much generated by the COVID, but more about fires and kind of natural disaster scenarios. And when you consider its application in those settings, sort of a lot of the process makes a little bit more sense than sort of the weird kind of moving targets we've got with COVID, and how that sort of, is very different depending on different pockets and the size of your district. But okay, that's the overview.
Would you say that it would be easier to require masking rather than showing proof of vaccination?
I think require masking.
Right. So we could turn people away for refusing a mask.
Yes.
But not so much on show us your vaccine card.
Right. And the turning away piece it isn't probably what you'd want to say. You'd basically preclude physical access into the building.
Right. Yeah, but they could still access the meeting itself via webinar. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications, Ms. Maury. Next is Trustee Canova.
Yeah, and let me lower my hand. One thing for sure that we've seen with the Zoom format is it's really popular with the public. I mean, we've seen a lot of participation, and I would say more participation than we've seen in the past in the actual physical board meetings. So I would like to see that continue. And I even would say that as we get together in person as a board, I still think you're going to see probably a majority of the public continue that electronic connection rather than coming down to the actual board meeting. I think this is something that's going to stay. So I would like that to continue. I want to see us, of course, return to meetings in person, but my caveats would be, whatever needs to be done to the boardroom to address protocols that we need to deal with, that may take time for that to be put in place. Let that get put in place. And also the live streaming issues for the boardroom, that obviously those upgrades need to take place. And then finally, for our administration, this board, and we all know this is true. We can have brutally long meetings. We really can. And so for our administrators, I would like to see us offer them an option to join us electronically, because I think that's a little kinder and a little gentler when we go to midnight. And so I'd like to see that be there. And then for board members themselves, there may be occasions where a board member can't physically be at a meeting. Well, why not? Again, I know you have to put the posting outside your location, of course, but why not have that option there for when those things arise? Because they do arise. Sometimes board members are traveling, whatever the case might be. It gives them the ability to be part of that meeting, which is important. And so I guess I'm kind of outlining a hybrid that we've picked up a lot of good things from this format. We can return in person, but let's take some of these new things and keep it in place. I think there's a lot of good here that can stay.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Canova. And just to clarify what he said with Ms. Mori, if we come back in person and somebody, one of the board members decides to be remote, it's just like it used to be, right? In terms of noticing on the agenda and 72 hours ahead, noticing at their location, that location has to be open to the public. That's no different, right? It could be anywhere in the world.
Correct, as well as anywhere else in your district. Another solution that folks are considering is having, as long as you have a quorum of board members physically present in the jurisdiction, and even under the old rules, they could be all in different places. You could have board members, housed at individual school sites, like in the gym. So you can spread out that, make it accessible. If you're doing the Zoom platforms, it also reduces the number of people who end up congregating in single places. There are a tremendous number of creative solutions to this that may have sort of the beneficial effect of increasing sort of access to members, transparency, and engagement.
And if a board member was at another location within the district, you still have to do the noticing on the agenda and on the door and have it open?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like if you were to say be at the gym at Santa Clara High School, or in some large space in Santa Clara High School, and somebody was at Washington Open and whatever, you literally would just post at those sites. You could have chairs set up. I mean, everybody's got a computer with a webcam. You could project onto a whiteboard. There's the technology is relatively cheap and accessible these days to facilitate some of that.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, thank you. So I really don't think, we're certainly not ready to move to this October 1st. So we're going to have to, from my view anyway, we're going to have to pass some resolution at least for a month. When we last discussed this issue, I don't see that anything has really changed in terms of the issues that we talked about last time. So we talked about face coverings, that those are still mandated. So there is actually, it's not just that we have to describe an imminent, the imminent risks. The other option is state or local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing. I would think the masking requirement, the indoor masking requirement that still exists in our county, is a measure of social distancing. So I think that was a big concern that was brought up when we talked about this issue back in April, that if we still have to wear masks inside, that kind of defeats the purpose of being in person. The other issue that came up when we talked about this in April, and I know it's on the agenda later in the meeting, but there's a lot of technological issues that have not been resolved yet. We can't all be on our individual Zooms in the same room. That doesn't work. We don't have the issue resolved of where closed session could happen if we were all together in the same room. Those issues, as far as I know, haven't been resolved. Even the issue of doing any partitions, we haven't discussed that. We haven't discussed the safety protocols. I also see something in the county orders that if we're going to be in person together, we need to be doing some testing. Maybe every board meeting you come in, you have to do a rapid test. I don't know. We haven't worked those things out yet. I do think it needs to be all, if we're going to meet together, it's all or nothing. While yes, you could choose to be in a remote location, it's noticed it has to be open to the public, which is a big hurdle, I think, for many of us, especially during a pandemic, having to open our home to other people. I don't know what being in different locations within the district, how that really helps versus being in our own home. We are heading into winter as well. We don't know where things are going, so I'm a little more cautious about returning in person for that reason. But I just don't think we've resolved the issues that we identified back in April yet. So, and I don't think we're ready next Friday to move to in-person meetings.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam President. So I would agree with Trustee Ratterman as far as just the idea of continuing what we are doing currently. Obviously, working towards some hybrid in the future that not only would allow us to stream and have folks actively involved with participate actively, but also to have them, we have gotten more participation. I think that, this, even though this is not, AB 361 is not for in that realm, we can definitely learn what COVID has done, I guess, and learn it and improve on some of the things that we were doing in the past. But I believe at least in the short term, kind of like Trustee Ryan mentioned, we should look at continuing this and maybe as we build things up, finding ways whether we rotate board members in or do what we have. I know that as Trustee Canova mentioned, it might be better in some cases to have cabinet members, be remote and facilitate their participation, especially in our long meetings. We started at 4 today. We'll probably have to extend the meeting tonight. But the more that we can just learn from this, use the tools that the legislator has given us, and even the tools that we had before, where we can host things and do things remotely, I think is something that we can do. But I would definitely be in favor of extending our remote participation for our meetings.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Fairchild?
Thanks. I wasn't going to speak because I just wanted to hear what people had to say. I really don't have a strong opinion either way on this. If the district is ready to have us come back and we have the facilities set up so that we can, and the technology available so that we can do live stream and broadcast from the boardroom with all of us in there, I would say it's probably time to go back. I'm not excited to have to wear work clothes, but we all can suffer. No, I'm just, for me, it's really, I really just think when the district is ready, technology, I think that's probably going to be our biggest hurdle to come. Sound is hard. I just want to put that out there. Sound with multiple people with microphones is hard. We learned that at the beginning of the school year. I think we need to look at solving all of those issues. And when I see that in a presentation, we've solved this, this is how people will still be able to participate remotely, then we're ready to go. But it just doesn't feel like we're ready to make the leap, not because I'm happy to go back, but I just didn't see in the presentation how we were going to solve all the problems that we had previously identified, like Michelle said.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Fairchild. I think everyone's had a turn but me, so I will do that, and then I'll get to you, Trustee Ratterman. So it was interesting at the School Boards Association meeting last night that has board members from most, if not all, of the districts around the county. I asked the question of how many of you are staying remote past September 30th, and 1. Everyone else has either already gone in person, and that was most of them, or they're going in person by October 1st. So I think that that's a pretty strong statement that we're the loners on still being on Zoom. And like Trustee Lieberman said, our students are back, our staff are back. I would like to see us come back because the resolution is pretty clear. AB 361 is pretty clear that you have to have some reasons, and just wearing a mask is not a reason. There's no social distancing requirements anymore. So I don't see how it's presenting an imminent risk to health and safety of the attendees. I would like to see, because our staff is tested weekly and we're offering to our students to be tested weekly, I'd like to give the opportunity for board members to get tested either weekly or before, a few days before a board meeting so that we can get results by the board meeting. I think that would make me feel more comfortable if we knew that at least the board had been tested. I also think the boardroom itself, the dais, even without the students there, is pretty tight. We'd have to look and see if that, if we feel comfortable with that, how that might work. We have an item later on this agenda about the technology needs that we would need, but I think even to come back at the beginning of October, so that's 3 weeks from now, it sounds like we could get some sort of technology working. We need to know more about that later on the agenda, but I'm hopeful that we could have something in place so that we can stream the meetings, because I agree with I think it was Trustee Canova who said what we've been doing with streaming, and allowing public comment from outside, allowing people to see the meetings, it's super important. We've gotten so much more participation that way. I think we need to continue that. And I also thought the idea about putting a microphone outside is also really interesting, because there might be people who want to be in person but don't want to be in the room. And that's a way that we can, if we had a screen outside and a speaker and a microphone, then people could watch it from outside, even if we are full inside. So that's my thoughts. I think we are the only ones, but one that's left. Okay, Trustee Ratterman.
Yeah, so just to be really clear, my concern is not about the 7 of us. My concern on this had to do with the rest of the staff members that have to attend, the public that has to attend. And I think that Trustee Ryan perhaps said it the best. We're just not ready, okay, to do this. We have a system that works reasonably well right now with the remote access. People are able to have clear communication with us. We're getting more participation than we've gotten in a long time. And I think it's easier for people if they're trying to stay at a long meeting, they're not having to sit in the uncomfortable chairs. And I realize that's not an excuse for this, but I think that we need to get our act together and figure out how and get it ready where we're ready to go. I've been in meetings that are hybrid meetings where they tried to deal with, and somebody talked about the audio. The audio can be a real nightmare, and you end up with feedback and problems you can't hear, and double microphones because you're trying to get the input into the other. There's a lot that we would have to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and pass the resolution, because I think there is a very real imminent risk to people coming in if we're not fully prepared. And I think that justifies the approval of the resolution that we've been given. And that'll buy us the time. And at any point in the future, we can shift from remote to in-person, but that buys us the time to do it. So my motion is that we approve the resolution as presented.
I'll second. Ryan.
Okay, let me get that down. Motion by Trustee Ratterman, second by Trustee Ryan to pass the resolution. Ms. Maury, we need some help because there are some areas that need to be filled in this resolution. So it says, whereas describe how meeting in person would present imminent risk to health and safety of attendees, and then also describe conditions causing immediate risk to attendees. So I don't know how we would describe that. Do we have that condition?
Well, isn't that the safety?
You can adopt this as
orders from the public health officer.
Sorry, Trustee Ryan, can you wait just a minute and let us get our lawyer?
Yeah, I guess the motion to adopt this as presented would be ineffective to do what it is that what you want to do. Because as presented, it requires additional information. So I think as part of the motion, you would need to have an articulation of what language would be inserted in those recital sections. And then they would be repeated when you get down into the actual terms piece, and then a decision about when the resolution would be effective.
So that's why I was suggesting that the language would be, because Santa Clara public health director for Santa Clara County has recommended measures to promote social distancing.
We don't have social distancing.
I actually don't think you have that in Santa Clara County. Wearing mask is not social distancing. There is, and actually I think that the most recent order out of Santa Clara County Public Health actually it completely eliminates any mention of.
Well, there's language in here about trying to do anything you can to any activities to try to do them outdoors versus indoors. There's a lot here that I think qualifies as recommending measures to promote social distancing. So meeting outdoors, in my understanding.
So maybe it requires some clarification. So if there's in effect a recommendation or a requirement for social distancing, you don't need to pass this resolution. You need to, but because there isn't, you do need to have a resolution that articulates what the imminent harm is. So is it the continuing,
the continuing spread of
COVID-19 within the communities served by the district, the potential impact, the impact on students and families, by congregate. Coming up on the fly is a little bit challenging, but.
Well, I'm looking at the recommendations from the health officer. So it says businesses and government entities should move operations and activities outdoors where possible, where there's less risk of transmission. But
so whereas the district,
there's still significant spread within the community.
So Trustee Ryan, you're articulating the fact that since there are continuing
there's continuing community spread of
measures required by local public health as well as the California Department of State and local public health, and that COVID case rates within Santa Clara County continue to be whatever they are. And those are the kinds of things I think you would need to articulate as to, why, given your size of your district, the participation, in meetings by members of the public, would create likely opportunities for large congregations of individuals in, facilities of limited capacity.
I just feel like, my own kids are coming home, I think at least once a week, I'm getting a close contact notification for additional testing for my kids that are in school. So I feel like there's still significant community spread that poses a risk. So I don't know. I guess I wish the language had been worked out in advance, if we needed, because potentially we were going to need language for that. So I hate to take up time now, and that really wasn't why I raised my hand. So to take up the time to wordsmith it in a meeting.
Since I made the motion, can I just make the comment? One of the things we could do is just put in there that currently that there's an imminent risk because we're not able to comply with all of the safety protocols at this time.
What
And just
safety
leave it
protocol
vague.
though, can we not
So safety
satisfy?
well, we just to just say we're not able to comply with all the safety protocols as outlined by the public health department, because there are some that we are in a difficult spot to do. Do we have to be that specific?
Jody, President Muirhead, we have a member of the public who's been waiting to speak, and maybe we all need that brain breather and then we can come back.
Well, I was going to go through the people who had their hands up first.
We've had like 2 rounds.
No.
Well, no,
one.
Well, we've had 1 round.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's let our lawyer think for a minute, and we will keep talking, and we'll get back to her in a minute. So Trustee Ryan, you had something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, so I appreciated Trustee Rotterman's comments about, we need to, we're not, I mean, I think he appreciated my comment that we're not ready yet. And I appreciated him also saying that, while we might be able to get something set up for the next meeting in 3 weeks, this actually isn't, we don't have 3 weeks. If we needed to have a special meeting on October 1st, next Friday, and we don't pass this resolution, we would have to meet in person. And I don't think we're set up to do that. But it doesn't mean just getting stuff installed. We have to test it, make sure it works. So maybe this is just a resolution we pass for October, and maybe in November we come back in person. I don't know. I don't have any information now that we are going to be ready next Friday to meet in person. And so that's why I feel very strongly that at least for October, we need to pass this resolution. And however we need to wordsmith it. But, we did talk about this back in April about getting our boardroom ready, getting the district office ready so that we could return in person. And we haven't had any updates on that yet. I realize we're going to get it later in the meeting. But that not only has to be in there and installed, but tested to make sure it's ready to go. Because if it's not ready to go, then we don't get to have a meeting. So I would rather, since we have a little bit of flexibility, let's make sure it all works before we make this shift. And maybe, as I said, it's just for the month of October. Maybe in November, we're able to come back in person because we know the technology that we've installed works. You can hear everyone. The audio is great. We tested it out. But I don't want to be forced with a special meeting next Friday and we come in person and nothing is working right. So I feel pretty strongly that we need to pass this resolution, at least for the month of October.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
So I would agree with the issues, and I do agree with the issues of the fact that it doesn't appear like we are ready. Sorry, my computer's about to die. Okay, oh shoot.
Okay, we lost her. She needs to go plug in her computer. So we'll move on. Trustee Canova.
Yeah, and let me lower my hand here. And so in terms of the motion on the table, I think the points are made that we do need a little bit more time to be prepared. I do look forward to getting back to in-person meetings, but as I kind of alluded to before, look at Silicon Valley all around us. Companies are now, the new business model is a hybrid model. That's just a reality. That's what the pandemic has done. It's really changed our world in a permanent way. And I think what we're going to have is a hybrid model. We'll be there in person. I mean, obviously we will, but I think we're going to continue to see a majority of the public join us electronically. It's just so easy and it's proven itself to be popular. I think we need to extend that option to our administrators because it's unfair for them to have an 8-hour day and then spend 6 and 8 hours with us. That's just unfair. That shouldn't happen. So this electronic option gives them the ability to not have to physically be with us for 6 to 8 hours, which we can and have done, So I think it's a hybrid future. The boardroom is not ready for that hybrid model yet, but it can be. I think this motion that we have in front of us should be utilized to get the boardroom ready in terms of the technology, in terms of the protocols, and again, keeping that door open electronically to the public and giving administrators that electronic option, because it's unfair for them to have an 8-hour day and then spend 6 to 8 hours with us. It's just unfair.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild, you're back and hopefully your computer's plugged in.
Sorry, my daughter stole my power cord. So I agree that we're not ready. However, I don't see that as a reason to have the resolution. It's not an option. It doesn't say, well, if you're not ready, that's not an imminent threat. And I think it's very clear what an imminent threat is. And if there is an imminent threat that's significant, then I can't imagine why we're sending our kids or teachers into the classrooms. And so I don't see how, as a board, we can say there's an imminent threat to us and not an imminent threat to our students. So while unfortunately, we as a district have, I think, great capabilities to get things done quickly. And I think what this bill says is we need to do that. And to me, that's very clear. I don't think we can fill out the imminent threat line accurately or in a way that would justify this resolution as it is written, that we would have to all agree on. So I suggest we get ready, and hopefully the later presentation will indicate that we are.
Thank you, because I also want to say the measure, the AB 361 doesn't say if you don't feel like being in person, then you don't have to be in person. It says if there's a threat, and we don't have a fire, we've got COVID and we're masking, and we don't have transmission in our schools because we're taking all of the necessary precautions. So we are masking, we can have air filters, we can do the things that we need to do. You can have a partition if that makes you feel more comfortable, but I don't see how we have the luxury to say we're not coming back, because that's not what the legislation says. So I'm really concerned that you're trying to make this fit when it doesn't apply to us anymore. And we've had the item about board technology for the boardroom on the agenda a few times. We had to keep putting it off because we had so many other things on the agenda, but we will try and get to it tonight. And we don't have to have the final solution ready the first time we're in the boardroom. We can work towards a solution over time so that we can get back and do this in person with a solution as we work towards a better solution. It doesn't need to be perfect from the beginning. So I'm going to go on out to public comment, because I do see there's now a couple of people out there. If there's anyone else on the webinar, remember you have to be on the webinar to make public comment. So if you are on the webinar and you'd like to speak, now would be the time to raise your hand. And I will go to Mr. Ayala to do public comment.
Good evening. Teddy, you'll be next to speak.
Hi, this is Teddy Duffy. I teach at Wilcox High School. I'm just kind of surprised at the hesitancy to come back in person, that, not wanting to wear masks. We wear masks all day long, every day, worrying about distancing. Our kids are next to each other. They're, within it's just, we do this all day long. Not being able to hear, I need a microphone in my classroom. We have to talk to our kids through our masks. We don't have microphones. I just have to yell a little louder, and I have to make my kids yell a little louder. No one ever prepared us for that. You guys have been talking about this since April. You've had plans. I don't know why it's not getting done. No one's talked to any of the teachers about, hey, I wonder if they need microphones to be connected to the speakers that are in their classrooms so that the students could hear better. No one cared about that. If you can stick your kids in classrooms and you can stick your teachers in classrooms, as adults, I think you can all come back. It's not that scary, really. You act like you're scared. And if you haven't had the vaccine, get the vaccine. We've all, I have an MS. I'm in the classroom. I'm doing it. So I think you guys can do it too. Thank you.
Good evening, Laura. You'll be up next to speak.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to public comment. I am actually hanging out at 10 o'clock at night for a later item, but it's many, many letters away. So I'm trying to hold strong, but I had to raise my hand for this one. I was a teacher. I am a teacher, but I was a teacher that was able to stay home in the spring because I have a child with some medical issues. And I have since been grateful to get back in the classroom, though I will admit it's scary. I understand that the October board meetings are soon and planning will take time and there will be tech and audio issues. We as teachers sat through tech and audio issues in August when we went back for the district kickoff. And those things are real and they are definitely a part of this new normal that we're doing. So teachers feel that and they empathize with it. I also want to say that I appreciate the option for opportunities for the community continue to join via online options, Zoom, et cetera. I really do think I'm a single mom. I'm a teacher. I have 2 kids that have to get up and go to school in the morning. I have to get up and go to class in the morning. I appreciate this option that we can join from home because I wouldn't be able to contribute if we were in person. I appreciate Mr. Canova's acknowledging the toll on our admin. They are being stretched beyond thin right now in so many different ways. They are being overworked and they are overwhelmed. Comments coming in this meeting though, like if we still have to wear masks inside, it defeats the purpose, really completely negates the purpose of us returning to class. It negates the purpose of our students, our teachers, our admin, our classified staff returning to school. And I'm just kind of appalled by that comment. Wearing masks inside defeats the purpose of being in person. Well, then what are we doing every day? It's really disheartening. It's really sad. As a staff member and as a parent, I'm very sad by that comment. Thank you for listening.
And President Muir, that's the last of the public comments.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll close public comment and we'll come back to the board. Ms. Mori, I am checking in with you to see if you have any ideas for us. You are muted.
Sorry, I'm still muted. Since this is the board's findings and not mine, and I'm cautious in terms of injecting what my personal, thoughts are on the. I was trying to capture what the motion was and what the rationale that was provided by those that made and seconded the motion in this. Could I guarantee that this is, completely legally sufficient within the meaning of finding of imminent threat? That's a separate question. So I think I could articulate what the sentiment of the motion is, but I have some reservations that would just be consistent with what's been articulated by you and Trustee Fairchild.
So it sounds like you also have concerns that the reasons for staying remote are not valid for AB 361?
I am not sure that at this point there's been a clear articulation of what was intended by the legislature in terms of a finding of an imminent threat to the health and safety of the attendees to preclude or necessitate virtual meetings. But so yes, I guess.
Okay. So I would read that as our legal counsel suggesting that just having a choice, just making a choice not to come back because you don't feel safe isn't
that's not
sufficient.
an accurate.
Just a moment, Trustee Ryan. That she's saying that we need to have a more imminent risk, and that hasn't been expressed at this point. So we'll go back to public comments. So Trustee Ryan, or sorry, board comments.
Yes. So that's not, we don't have to find, imminent threat is not the only option. There are two options that are identified, at least in the presentation. I haven't gone back to read the law itself, but the two that are identified in the presentation, imminent threat is not the only thing, the only way to do this. The other is local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing. And in the current Santa Clara County orders, and I haven't gone to check the current state orders, there are recommendations. Now, it's not about 6 feet of distance, but there are other recommendations in there to promote social distancing. So moving things outside is a way to promote social distancing and keep things less crowded. So it's not just the imminent threat. That's only one of the two possible options for the resolution. So I think it is reasonable to say that the current Santa Clara County health orders recommend measures to promote social distancing. And I think that to my reading of the presentation and the current Santa Clara County orders, that gives us a reason to be able to pass this, even if it's just for October, while we get things in place. I don't think we're ready. And we talked about possibly having to have a special meeting, maybe next week. We're not set up to do that yet. And if we don't pass this tonight, apparently, on next Friday, if we needed a special meeting, or next weekend in October, that's October 1st is next Friday, we would have to meet in person, and we don't know that we're ready for that. I think we do have the option to use the local officials' recommended measures to promote social distancing. There are lots of measures that promote social distancing. It's not just the keeping 6 feet apart as much as possible. I've worn masks all day before. I'm not afraid to do that. I know that was an issue that we talked about in April, that there didn't seem to be, to be a point to come in person if we're just going to be on masks in our own individual Zoom.
Finish up, Trustee Ryan, your time is up.
Thank you. But I do think there's reasons in AB 361 that we can use to at least pass this resolution for the month of October. And maybe we won't need it for November because everything we will be all set up and know that things are running well for November.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
Thanks, President Muirhead. I would like to say that I wish I could justify us passing this, but I can't. And if we only need to pass it for a month, then we really aren't passing it for the right reason. If all we need is a month and we're saying, oh, it's going to be fine in a month because we'll have the boardroom set up. No, we just need to get the boardroom set up. That's just it. We don't have an option. We have to do it. We're under a time crunch. Yes, that's true. But we cannot say there's an imminent threat. We cannot say there's these, yes, we are encouraged to wear masks, but the social distancing, definitely if you go in the schools, I can imagine most of the teachers right now are pulling their hair outs and wanting to fire the board. That's how I would feel if I was a teacher watching this right now. Because if we say any of these things, then I can imagine the next board meeting, We're going to have the teachers come back and say, okay, tell me about my imminent threat. Tell me about my social distancing. How many kids did you put in my classroom? And I just think, you know what? This got off our radar. We just need to figure it out. We just need to figure it out. Let's call those other school districts, find out what they did to figure it out. Let's figure it out. Let's get it done. And you know what? The first meeting might not be pretty, but guess what? We let it slip and we have to just figure it out. And sometimes that's what happens in life, but we can't just pass it for a month because we're not ready. That's not why we pass it. It's very clear. And so I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Trustee Lieberman.
Thank you, President Muirhead. I understand Dr. Ryan's concerns about not being ready. But at the same time, I tend to agree with Trustee Fairchild. I can't support this because it just doesn't jive for me with the spirit of AB 361. The 7-day average test positivity rate in Santa Clara County is 1.5%. It was over 3 in mid-August when we asked our teachers to go back into the classroom. So I can't in good conscience look at our teachers and our staff and our nutrition people and our custodians and say, I have an imminent threat at a 1.5% positivity rate. I can't. This is our failure to get our boardroom set up. This is not an issue that says, we're going to get COVID in the boardroom. It's because we're concerned about whether or not we'll be able to be heard. And that is fixable. That's addressable. I send my kids to school every day. My daughter's got 24 kids in her 4th grade class. They're all sitting together in a room with their teacher. They're masked. And, if they can do that, I can sit in a boardroom with 7 other people, and whoever else decides to show up in a mask. And I have to be comfortable with that because I'm asking them to be comfortable with that. And I can't support something that seems like we're trying to shoehorn it into the point of this legislation. I can't do it. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Canova.
Yeah, let me lower my hand. I believe the entire board is vaccinated. I certainly am. I had the Pfizer. I have a small business, as many of you know, and throughout the pandemic, even before the vaccinations, I had tight protocols in my business. I've had interaction with the public since outdoor businesses were allowed to go back to business in 2020. So I'm out there in the world every day with this, like so many people are. As far as our meetings go for the future, again, I just want to hit on the same points. I want that electronic option to continue for the public. I think that's really important. That should stay. I want to see some of our administrators be able to join us electronically because it's unfair to keep them 6 and 8 hours after an 8-hour day. That needs to stop. An electronic option is a kinder, gentler way to let them participate. One more thing, I do have a business. People may realize serving on the school board is not a full-time occupation. This is not a job. I have a job. I have a business. This is not my business. This is my public service. And so one thing that came out of this process with Zoom meetings is we've had an abundance of special meetings, a proliferation of special meetings. If we're going back to in-person meetings, that's going to need to be curbed because I have a life beyond serving on this board and other members of this board have jobs. So we're going to need to get a handle on that because the Zoom environment allowed us to have an explosion of special meetings. We're going to have to get a handle on that.
Okay, Trustee Ratterman.
Yeah, well, what I said last time, I'm going to repeat again because everybody keeps focusing on whether this is something that we're worried about. I'm not worried about coming back to a meeting. I don't think any of the rest of us are worried about it as an imminent threat to us as individuals. I think we can wear the masks. I have no problem with wearing the masks. My comment had to do with the more global aspect of the meeting, the people that physically attend it, everything else, and until we have it right. So I'm more than happy. This probably, from the tenor, what I can see, this motion is going to probably fail. But the other thing is, if we have that next meeting and we can't make the audio work and make the meetings a remote meeting, then we need to do what we've done for years, an in-person meeting, which is you want to participate, you show up at the meeting until such time as we can come up with an alternative to that. And those people have to come and sit in the meeting and do that. Also, all of our employees that right now are getting a little bit of a break after sitting in a classroom with a mask all day long are going to come to the meeting and sit in a mask until we get through doing what we need to do if they're on the agenda. So that was my driving force to do it. I think you can establish an imminent threat if you don't have adequate protocols in place to protect people from the pandemic that's taking place. There's an imminent threat, not necessarily to the board members, because we can protect ourselves, but there will be people from the public that you may or may not be able to protect. So that's the reason I took the approach that I took. I understand the other side. I understand when I hear the teachers say, hey, we've been doing this for all this time. Why is it safe for us, but not safe for you? But I'm looking at this from a broader perspective and trying to make sure that those folks in the public have good access to these meetings, can come into it and not put themselves at risk, not overtax our employees where are already fatigued after a day of sitting there in a mask and not having trouble hearing. I'm out of time. So let's take a vote.
So I just wanted to add from what you said, Trustee Ratterman, that I made a note of one of the comments from a trustee from another district. This was Morgan Hill, who said, we are in person and we've opened up our boardroom to the public, but no one has attended. So if we keep offering Zoom and the Zoom option so that they can participate from home and they can stream it, I think the vast majority would much rather stay in their jeans and their sweats at home and comment that way. I don't even think we're going to get people to come in when we're in person. I think they like how we're doing this. That's why we've gotten all this participation. We should keep doing it this way where we're in person and they can still get to it remotely. And I don't think they're going to come in. I think they're just going to continue to participate remotely. So I agree with Trustee Ratterman that we do need to take a vote on this. So
just to make one little quick comment on that, that's if you can make it work. If you can't make it work, and I've been in 2 organizations that tried to make the transition and it blew up in their face. They thought it was easy on Zoom. They thought it was easy in person. When they went to hybrid, everything fell apart. So good luck.
I appreciate that. And we do have lots of other districts in the county and around the state who are doing it. So hopefully we can reach out and get some help. I can't pass this resolution. I can't take a vote on this resolution as it is because there's parts that are not filled in. So I need some help on filling this in. And I'm feeling like I don't want to put words in our legal counsel's mouth. I think that I'm feeling like you're having a hard time filling this out as well.
Instead of filling it in, why don't we take a vote to see if filled in, we would support it. I think it's not going to be there. So why go through the wordsmithing? I think it's going to lose.
So then you would need to modify your motion then from instead of passing the resolution to asking for support to completing the resolution. Something
That's
like that.
fine with me. Yeah.
Can we just have the words be because of public health orders that recommend social distancing and leave it at there, since, I mean, it may not pass as it is, so.
Yeah, I don't want to take much
pass
more
something
time
that
on
we
it.
haven't vetted, and we would need some discussion of that. So I would much rather take a vote on if we even support this resolution, and then we can work it out. But I do need, I've changed the motion then to asking for support for the resolution. Do I have Trustee Ratterman? You were the maker of the motion?
Sure.
Okay, and Trustee Ryan, you were the
Sure.
second? Okay, so we have this motion that says we want to support the resolution. So we'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
No.
Trustee Fairchild,
No.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman,
No.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I say no. So that fails 3-4. So we are not supporting the resolution. Then I would say, unless somebody has a different motion, that we are going to move on from this item because we don't have support for a resolution to do it.
Let's go on with the order of the day.
Yeah, okay. Then we are moving on to consent items.
Move to approve.
Just 1 second. Do we have any students in the room? Because I need to take a student vote first. It looks like none. Okay, then we can take a motion from trustee Fairchild. Do we have a second?
Second, Rotterman.
Okay, we'll do a roll call on the consent. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes. So consent passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to action items. See if we can get through these quickly. So the first one, K.1, Resolution 21-36 for Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd to 31st, 2021.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. A motion by trustee Ratterman, second by trustee Gonzalez. I don't see any comments. I don't see any public comment. So we will take a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that passes 7-0. Thank you to our PTA for supporting Red Ribbon Week. Appreciate it. Next item, K.2, Resolution 21-37, the week of the school administrator from October 10th through 16th, 2021.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second,
Second,
Fair.
Gonzalez.
Got a motion from trustee Ratterman, a second from trustee Fairchild. I don't see any comments from the public or the board, so we'll do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes, so that passes 7-0. The next item, L.1, tentative agreement between CSEA and the district for a 2021-2022 successor collective bargaining agreement.
Move to approve, Gonzalez.
Second,
Second,
Rotterman.
Lieber.
I got a motion from trustee Gonzalez and a second from trustee Ratterman. I don't see any discussion. I don't see any public comment. Nope. Okay. So we'll do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, trustee Lieberman.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that passes 7-0. Item L.2, side letter of agreement between Santa Clara Unified School District and CSEA Chapter 350 concerning release time for CSEA Chapter President.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Lieberman.
And I don't see any comments from the board. I don't see any comments from the public. So we'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that passes 7-0. Item L.3, approval of the memorandum of understanding between Santa Clara Unified School District and United Teachers of Santa Clara for online mandated training stipend increase.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Gonzalez.
Lieberman.
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Ratterman, a second from trustee Gonzalez. I don't see any comments from the board or the public. So we'll do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that passes 7-0. And item L.4, approval of the 2021-2022 management salary schedules.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Gonzalez.
Thank you. It's a motion by trustee Ratterman and a second by trustee Gonzalez. I don't see any comments from the board. Anyone from the public wants to raise their hand? No? Okay. Then we'll do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I say yes. So that passes 7-0. Item L.5, addendum number 1 to the Chief Academic and Innovation Officer's Employment Agreement.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Gonzalez.
Excuse me, I think we need to read it out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think there's something we need to do there.
Yes.
Do I read that? Do you read that?
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Well, you got
Okay.
your motion in second, so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So consistent with board direction, it is my recommendation that that following a satisfactory evaluation, the Chief Academic and Innovation Officer employment agreement be extended for 1 year with a resulting new termination date of June 30th, 2023. Additionally, the CAIO's annual salary shall be increased, consistent with increase provided to other certificated administrators in the district by 4.5%, with a resulting annual salary of $271,000, and an 4.5% increase applied to his master stipend for a resulting stipend of $2,503. In addition, the CAIO will be paid a one-time off schedule bonus of $1,000.
Did you have to say something about benefits?
And yes, and any increases to the benefits package for management would be reflected in his benefits package.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to
I didn't-
approve that.
I didn't get the motion. Was it Mr. Ratterman and Mr. Gonzalez?
And it was a motion by trustee Ratterman, seconded by trustee Gonzalez
Okay, thank you.
to approve the addendum. Is there any board comment or public comment? Now would be the time to raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes. So that passes 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. Stam. Moving on to M.1, resolution number 21-40, authorizing participation in self-insured schools of California.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Okay, thank you.
Second, Gonzalez.
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Ratterman, a second from trustee Gonzalez. Dr. Kemp, is there a presentation on this one?
There is information from Mr. Shield. If he wants to come on, he can share that. I believe there's just resolutions and MOUs and rate matrices and assumptions.
Okay, if there's nothing needed, if there's no questions, we don't need to.
Okay.
We don't need to take time. I just wasn't sure if there was a presentation. Does the board have any questions about this shift?
No, this is a regular item.
Yep. Okay. And I'm looking to see if there's any board comment or public comment. I don't see any. So we will go ahead and do a roll call on this one. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes. So that passes 7-0. Okay, item N.1, resolution number 21-38, adoption of the licensing agreement with Community Care Licensing, Department of Social Services.
Happy to make a motion for this one, Rotterman.
Second,
And a
Gonzalez.
second. Okay. So we have a motion by trustee Ratterman and a second by trustee Gonzalez This is so that we can open our preschools at Agnew. Do we have any board comments or any public comments? Now would be the time to raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
and I also say yes, so that passes 7-0. Okay, we are at 10:24, so I'm going to need a motion to extend, and I don't even know where to start on how long we're going to need. Dr. Kemp, can we, the ODOT 4, that's a report, we read that, so can we just say, get your questions to Dr. Kemp if you have questions on that one? P.1 should be pretty short. Q.1, I want to make sure we cover. And of course, Q.2 and 3. Does the independent study program report, can we move through that one pretty quickly?
Yes, I believe we can. Just
Okay.
providing update. Yeah, there's 5 slides.
I see at least an hour and a half if we are quick on things. Trustee Fairchild?
Yeah, I'd like to request that we move the tennis courts up to immediately. We've gotten several emails and I know people are staying up for that item. And so if that could be moved up into the agenda to right now, and then we can take care of that item first for those that have been staying up for that item.
Yeah, I think that one and the COVID safety report. But we can do the tennis courts first. I don't need a motion. I can just do that myself. So I still need a motion to extend, and I don't know.
I
if
would
you
like
guys
to
wanna be
make a
quick.
motion. I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting until midnight with the hope that we will be done earlier.
Second,
Well,
Lieberman.
that's up to all of you. Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Fairchild, a second by Trustee Lieberman to extend to midnight. I have a public comment from Mr. Adams. Is that about extending the meeting? Dr. Kemp, can you?
President Muir, that was about he was getting ready for the Wilcox item.
Oh, okay. Alrighty, thank you. Okay, so we have this motion to extend to midnight. So we'll do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Under protest, yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
I actually don't believe I can stay on until midnight tonight, so I'll vote no.
okay, I say yes, so that passes 6-1. It's up to all of us to make this move quickly. Okay, so then we are going to take Q.1 next, replace tennis courts and related outdoor improvements at Wilcox High School. Dr. Kemp, do you have a presentation or is it Mr. Adams?
Oh, I thought my mic was off. Yeah, so Larry Adams, you come on in, we move him over. See where he is. There he is. I'll move Larry over. Promote that. Okay, I think he's been promoted. All
I
right.
hear someone typing.
Oh, that might be me, sorry.
All right, Larry, you're in the room now. Thank you.
Okay,
Anyone leave
thank
the
you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Joe, if you could put the presentation up, please.
Okay, the typing's not me, so just
Uh,
being clear about that.
Joe, I'm trying to share my screen.
Yes, Larry, we can see your presentation. Thank you.
You can see it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. I was asked to bring an item to you for discussion on the topic of the Wilcox tennis courts, and I know you've seen it before, but I was asked to address some specific questions. And just briefly, those questions are, can the existing courts be repaired? And if not, what will it cost to construct new courts and how long will that take? As I said before, the cost of replacing the courts and the requirement to replace the concession building is also would need to be funded out of available reserves in the Measure BB bond program. And the question is, when will we know for certainty if the costs to do the Wilcox courts will have any effect on other promised projects within the Measure BB program? And then fourth, what can be done to minimize the time it will take to get the courts playable again? As you know, the tennis courts are currently closed. Just to review, this is an aerial view of the Wilcox fields and tennis courts. The yellow arrow at the top is a concession building. Because of the size of the project, we would need to get permits from the Division of the State Architect. First question the state architect will have is, where are the accessible restrooms? Well, the closest accessible restrooms are in the concession building, and that building is very old. It's half the size of the concession buildings on the other high schools, and there's no feasible way to make those restrooms adequate to meet current code requirements. So that would be a condition of doing the project. This is some photographs I think I've shown you before of the condition of the courts. These were taken over the winter. You can see how cracked and broken up the surface is. As we completed the Fields project, we did an assessment of the courts to determine their condition and what would need to be done to them. And our condition survey findings indicated that the court's surfaces are at the end of their useful life. The underlying asphalt is severely cracked and uneven. There are asbestos fibers present in multiple pavement layers. The underlying soil is highly expansive. It grows in wet weather and shrinks in dry weather. Bringing the courts up to a high quality playable condition is not feasible with routine maintenance any longer. Also, the issue was raised about the adjacent bleachers. As you saw from the photograph, the visitors' bleachers are right up against the tennis courts. And so the question is, should we deal with those bleachers along with the tennis courts project? So we looked at three options to deal with the issue. One was, could the courts be repaired? If the courts can't be repaired, the other option is, could we build new courts over the existing courts? And then the third option is what it would take to construct new courts. So the question, can the courts be repaired? And the answer is not without an extraordinary effort, and the repairs would probably only be for effective for a short period of time. Friable asbestos will be encountered during crack repairs. And just briefly, the asbestos was discovered in the second layer of tennis court coating. The top coating that's there now does not have asbestos in it, but the next layer down that was applied many years ago does have asbestos in it, and the cracks have exposed that layer. So any crack repair would involve dealing with the asbestos in that second layer. The asbestos is also present in a layer of tar paper that was put down on top of the dirt when the courts were built in about 1962, 1963. And so those fibers have migrated into the asphalt above, and they're also present in the soil below. So any abatement effort would need to deal with not only the asphalt, the coating, but about at least an inch of soil below that. And so if we were to put anything on top of the existing courts and the district went in to abate that asbestos at some time in the future, all of that material would need to be treated as asbestos containing. So the abatement effort will mean building a tent over, that's approximately an acre of surfacing. That tent will need to be fully contained under negative air pressure, and all the material will need to be brought out through an airlock under asbestos abatement protocols. We know all about that because that's what we had to do for tennis courts of a similar size over at Buchser Middle School last year. So what would it cost to replace the courts? Our current cost estimate is $5,760,000, and that includes a new concession building built to equal functionality to the existing concession building at Santa Clara High School and the concession building that's under construction now at the Kathleen McDonald High School. Time to complete, the total project would take about 20 months. Planning the design is going to take about 7 months. Permit approvals could take up to another 7 months, and about 6 months for construction. This is a bar chart of that duration. So theoretically, if we started in October, theoretically, if the board considered contracts for design and permitting at the next board meeting, we could be underway in October. That would get us permits in about May of next year. I'm sorry, would get design completed by May of next year. And that would start a permitting process that would get us permits about November of next year, at which time we could start construction. The projected completion date would be about June of 2023, not next year, but the following year. Those durations could be shorter, they could be longer, but the primary constraint is that we will be doing construction throughout the winter, and we can't surface those tennis courts in cold winter weather. So from about November until about May, it's too cold to put the surfacing down. So we've got a window there that we're constrained by. So when will we know with more certainty if court replacement costs, if we decided to move forward with construction, would jeopardize completion of other promised Measure BB projects? So we're anticipating that detailed estimates of the projects on the Patrick Henry campus and the 3 projects, the modernization projects at Briarwood, Bracker, and Westwood would be available probably around May or July of next year. It could be sooner, but I think that's a reasonable estimate. When we would have reliable cost estimates that we could consider along with the cost of the actual construction of the tennis courts. So given that situation, and given that the courts are currently closed, what can be done to minimize the time needed to make the courts playable again? Well, this is an option. This is, I would maybe not characterize this as a proposal, but this is one way that we could go. And that would be beginning planning and design now, completing plans and specifications and obtain DSA approval by early next year. And at that time, obtain reliable cost estimates, and then submit to the project for approval for construction when cost estimates are available from the other projects. And again, we would anticipate that that should be May or June, perhaps July at the latest of next year. So the rationale for this option or possible scenario to proceed is that the tennis court permitting submittal should coincide with the completion of master plans and cost estimates for the new Laurelwood School and the campus modernization projects at Briar, Bracker, and Westwood schools. The board then could consider the cost and scope of funding for construction of all projects at that time. Then the schedule would look like this. So assuming that we started in October, again, that's a theoretical scenario. The earliest date for approval of the project for construction could be around June of next year. It could go a couple months after that in order to be able to complete the permit process and begin construction in the fall. And so what if we do not start in October, and what if we wait to start the planning and design until May or June of next year. That pushes the completion date out by a year to June of 2024. Now, the number of months of extension isn't an entire year, but again, because of the constraint of not being able to apply the tennis court surface coating in cold weather, that extends. Once we're into that winter time period, we still can't complete the project. So it effectively extends the completion date out by another year. So to review the project scope, if we were to proceed with a permanent replacement of the courts, would involve abating the asbestos and demolishing the courts, constructing new replacement courts. That new replacement construction would also involve major strengthening to the subgrade, the expansive soil subgrade, so we wouldn't have the crack problem in the future. Would also include a replacement concession building built to equal functionality to the other high school concession facilities. And then during this design and permitting process, the design team would also do an assessment of the deteriorated bleachers at both high schools, and then come back with options for repair or replacement of those facilities. So the funding. So this is new information since we brought this to you last time. The cost to complete the design and permitting of the project to get us to the point where we're ready to go out to bid, we're confident is about $660,000. We're confident of that because we have proposals from all the consultants that would be needed to do the project. That funding is available from savings that we have on the current high school fields replacement projects. The master plan budget for both high school field upgrades was roughly $19.5 million. Our expenditures and commitments to date are $18,766,000. So we have project savings for the project that's already budgeted, and in the project, and it's already budgeted for the current fiscal year, we have savings of $726,000. So we could put that towards the design and permitting costs and not touch reserves or any other projects. So other possible funding sources for that, again, our cost to just go through design and construction and obtain permits, $660,000. Again, we have savings in the current Measure BB high school fields improvement projects of $726,000. Our program contingency scope reserve in the Measure BB master plan is $53.3 million. That's not been touched or committed in any way. The cost escalation contingency reserve is another $69 million. At the end of the last fiscal year, interest proceeds earnings on Measure BB funds is $12 million. So other sources of funds from other capital improvement funds would be developer fees. This would not qualify for expenditures of developer fees. There is the Fund 140 Deferred Maintenance Fund. There's about 9.1 million available. I got that number from the unaudited actuals report from the last board meeting, although there are definitely plans for other high priority maintenance projects in the district that are not funded by Measure BB. And then there's the special reserve of about 7 million. I got that number from Mr. Mark Shields. And so to the question is, what could we do now to get those courts open as soon as possible? One option would be to proceed now, authorize contracts for design and permitting, pay for it out of available savings from the current project, already approved project, not touch reserves or any other interest proceeds. And then in the spring, when we have reliable cost estimates for the other Measure BB bond projects, the board then could consider whether to proceed or not at that time. So that's my presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Adams, for coming back with a way to move forward on this without touching the funding for the other projects. I see trustee, we'll do one, just to let you know, we'll do one round clarifying questions mostly from the board, and then I'll go out to public comment. So if you're out in the public, please raise your hand if you want to speak on this issue. We'll start with Trustee Fairchild.
Thanks, President Muirhead. I appreciate all this information. I think you've made a very good case. I completely support this project going forward, and I've appreciated how much outreach we've received from our students and staff helping us understand this issue. One of the questions, though, I have is not actually directed to you, but something I would like to get more information back on. And I apologize, I received this information late. And so I know that this answer is not available. But currently I was told that our Wilcox tennis team is taking the bus to Book Sur, and we are charging them for the bus. That the use of they're having to take that out of their athletic funding. And that could be misinformation. I would like to get some clarification on that, because I don't think that's appropriate. If they are being charged for the busing, I think we should take that cost. I'll just say that. And so that just came to me right before the board meeting, that information. And so I was unable to ask that, but I would like us to get that information and make that right, if that is true.
Trustee Fairchild, I would agree with you that this situation with the tennis courts is out of their control, and that they should not be charged for transportation to go over to another school to use courts, because the courts on their facility are not available. So we will rectify that if that is the case.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say, as I kind of reiterated when this first came up, I think it was a couple of months ago, is that we really need to get this taken care of. We can't have one high school with a great tennis courts and another one where they're getting bused across town to go use those tennis courts. I know that in Measure BV we put quite a lot of buffer contingencies to make sure that we could do the projects that we wanted to do. And even if worst case was that we need to use some of our reserves to do this, I think that would be beneficial. I would ask the board that they please move forward with the design and permitting process. And if for some reason the cost doubles to 10 million or something, that we would look at it at that point and make a decision because of that. But I don't foresee that being the case. I think that even the bathroom facilities and the snack shack there at Wilcox are not adequate. And if you've been to any games, you probably know that. I think the cost estimates that Mr. Adams presents and is pretty clear on are pretty accurate, considering that we just redid the snack shack facility at Santa Clara because of an incident of fire. So I think Mr. Adams brings a great repertoire of what he's done as far as planning, and when he says that we can do this project with current funds, I definitely believe that that's the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I also want to say I appreciate Mr. Adams listening to us and our concerns and coming back with another option that looks quite doable. So since we don't have any more board questions at this point, I'll go out for public comment. So if you are wishing to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand at this point so that we can call on you. I will turn it over to Mr. Ayala for public comment.
Good evening, Laura. You're up next to speak.
I'm feeling so much pressure because I had a whole plan and I practiced it, and now I have to say thank you to so many more people. So the girls' tennis teams had matches today and they wanted to contribute, but they were going off of what it says on the district website, which is that they were only going to be allowed to contribute 30 minutes before the board meeting, but that was when they were in their matches. So I hope that you guys received emails from them. I want to say thank you to Mr. Gonzalez right now for addressing this issue. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Kemp for addressing the busing issue. I want to also say thank you to Ms. Fairchild for moving this forward. All of the thank yous. I'm so sorry that there's not time for more. I'm going to run out of time. Thank you again for the public comment. I am one of the athletic directors at Wilcox. I was so excited in the spring when we had this presentation. I was very sad when it was shut down. Wilcox decided at that point that we were just going to soldier on. We were going to play with our cracked tennis courts. We were going to do it. And then on the first day of tennis this year, back in August, we were told that we didn't have tennis courts. And so Ms. Gonzalez, our principal, and I, we walked out to the tennis courts and we told our tennis team and their coaches, again, on the first day of practice, sorry, you guys don't have tennis courts. We don't know where you're going to go. We don't know what you're going to do, but we're going to figure it out. So we scrambled. We secured Bookser. We secured the transportation. We did all the things that we needed to do. Transportation is already hurting. On match days now, transportation has to take on 2 extra things. On all the other days, transportation has to take on another thing. We have to take these kids somewhere every single day. And that is a big, big move. Ideally, tennis has 7 courts. At Wilcox, we only have 6. At Bookser, we actually only have access to 5. So we're feeling a huge crunch at that. We don't have water fountains. We don't have storage. We don't have bathrooms. We don't have all of these things. 2 of the days we have to take water out there because we have matches. And so some of the teams are taking, our varsity is taking a jug, a giant
I'm sorry,
Gatorade.
Laura,
Sorry. That's okay. I'll send it in board comment, but I really would appreciate if the board members could take the time to read my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura, for commenting and giving us more information about this from your perspective. I appreciate it. So we will go back to board comments at this time. Let's see if we can, I see Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Fairchild, and then maybe we can wrap this up. Trustee Gonzalez, did you have more to say?
No, I'm sorry. My hands are still up. Sorry.
Trustee Fairchild?
So just from Laura's comments, it appears that Wilcox may be paying for busing. So I hope we can get that rectified as soon as we can. Can we make a motion at this time? Does this project need to come back? Is it coming back next board meeting?
Yeah, it would come back for the board to take action on some of the contracts and things that Larry talked about. What we need is just direction to bring this back. There doesn't need to be a motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to just like get a thumbs up or something to move it forward, but go ahead and finish your comment and then I'll are you done?
I was just wondering what we needed to do to bring this back.
Okay, I'd like
So-
to give direction
Thumbs
to Dr. Kemp to move forward on this, to bring it back for contracts for the design and planning. Can I see some thumbs up from the board? I see one, 2, 3. I need at least one more. Trustee Gonzalez, okay, thank you. Trustee Fairchild, Trustee Lieberman, and myself, Trustee Ryan, Trustee Radman. Okay, thank you. So we have direction then for you to move forward on this, and we will see it back here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good. I want to make just another comment related to this, and that's just now that we are getting further along with the projects on Measure BB, when we first passed the resolution to approve going to the voters for this, there were a whole lot of projects that we had to take off the list so that we could bring the dollar value down. I would really like staff to go back to that original list, and I'm sure Mr. Adams has it, of the projects that we didn't think we could fund and keep it in the amount that we were going out to the voters for, but still qualify under the list of items in the bond measure. That those we should start looking at if there's projects there that we can complete as part of this bond, since we still have reserves and we're getting to a point where we're going to know how much money we're going to need for the rest of the projects. Trustee Rademan, you have your hand up.
Yes, I did. I just want to make sure of one thing. I know that I'm sure she'll do this, but I know that Dr. Kemp said that she'll rectify the problem. I want to make sure that if they have paid fees for bus transportation, that retroactively credit those back to the account so that, those don't
have a detrimental effect on their funding because they really work hard to get the money they have.
Yes, and I've already given that direction during the meeting to make sure they
Thank
get reimbursed. Yes.
Good. Okay. Then we're going back up to O.1, the COVID-19 safety report. Turn it back over to you, Dr. Kemp.
Keep getting muted. Okay, so Joe, if we could put the slide deck up. So this evening, we're going to present information to the board regarding our various efforts to implement and implement our concentric, any new county updates, share with you sort of our status on the positives that and how we're handling that, and give you an update on our communications. So Jennifer Dorico is not here this evening, so any of her slides, then we'll just address those if there are any board member questions. All right, Mr. Shield.
Adelante, señor Shield.
Good evening, trustees and community.
Buenas
Since the
noches.
last board meeting,
Desde
there
la última
are
reunión.
Hold on a second. For some reason, Veronica's broadcasting on this channel.
Sorry about that.
So again, good evening. I'll keep my remarks as quick as possible. So since the last board meeting, there have been no updates in county or state guidelines. We did hear that there are going to be updated decision trees. We heard about that last week, but we haven't seen those yet. So we'll just keep an eye out for it. Next slide, please. In regards to symptom monitoring, we continue to remind our parents to keep your children home if they have any symptoms related to COVID-19. Our lead nurses continue to provide training and information to all the other nurses and health assistants. And if a teacher sees a student with one or more symptoms, they complete a general office visit form for evaluation. The student is then sent to the health office for evaluation, and then the student, if the student is cleared to return to the classroom, the teacher will be notified. Next slide, please. Regarding our HVAC and portable air filters, since I shared at the last meeting that we had an order of 125 of those portable air filters, they have been delivered or they have been received by the district, and those are in process of being delivered out to the schools. And then last week, we also placed an additional order for another 125 portable air filters to make sure that we had enough on stock for any additional requests that we may receive. And again, as a reminder to our staff, to submit a work order request if you have any concerns in regards to your HVAC. Next slide. Concentric is still addressing their staffing issues. They are experiencing the same staffing shortages that most employers are throughout the nation. To address these Concentric staffing, to address the biggest issue, site administrators are asked to contact district office staff if Concentric has not shown up, and then we have a team of individuals that can be deployed out to the sites to assist with any testing as a result of that Concentric staffing. I'm happy to report that I am not aware of, I'm only aware of at one site this week where there was a Concentric staffing issue, and that's because they were told of the wrong time to show up at the school. And that issue is being addressed right now between Concentric and the staffing agency. And then we'll have more about this later in the presentation. Dr. Kemp also met with the district PTA council regarding the possible need for volunteers to assist with some appropriate COVID-related duties, and where volunteers may be able to assist on our sites. Whether it being preparing the testing supplies for the school or other related tasks. And the PTA Council stated their willingness to assist us through this process. It is important to note that we would still require the volunteers to be cleared through our HR processes, including providing proof of COVID-19 vaccination status. Next slide. We've updated these next 3 slides as of September 16th to provide an update as to the number of students on each campus that have opted in, opted out, or had no responses. We can go to the next slide. We can see that at the elementary schools, we now have a total opt-in. Again, this is as of data as of a week ago today. We have on our elementary schools 64.86% of our students that have opted in. That is an increase from the previous board meeting when we were at about 55%. Next slide. And for our secondaries, you can see that we're at about 53%. That is an increase of from 42% at the previous board meeting. Next slide. In order to provide additional parent outreach, again, to get more responses from our parents, a hard copy letter was sent to all of the elementary families who had not responded, and then automated messages were also scheduled for September 17th, 21st, and 23rd. And then for our secondary families, messages had gone out on the 14th, 16th, 20th, and 23rd. And for our close contact testing, I have been in contact, or district staff has been in contact with a national contact company about the possibility of providing opportunities for our staff and students who have been identified as a close contact to be able to get that testing on a district campus. This would be in addition to that weekly testing. So if you've been identified as a close contact, you need that initial testing and then that 5-day testing. This would be an opportunity that you would be able to do that in district on one of our campuses. We are still working on the logistics of that with that company, and more details will be provided to the community in the near future. With that, my last slide. In regards to staff training, some questions came up in regards to how is our district team getting training, and then how do we provide that information out. So our district safety team regularly attends county trainings and meetings. That information is then provided to site administrators on a weekly basis. And then site administrator, the principals and administrators are then asked to share that information with their staff. Our lead nurse provides regular training and information to all nurses and health assistants. And then our risk management department is providing information to the front office staff at the schools. I will then turn this over to Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening. I will be doing an update on the staffing. We are working in increasing the number of hours that our front office staff is providing to support our principals. We are also in the process of hiring additional staff as health assistants and a nurse. We have reassigned additional classified staff to support our nurse, our COVID designee. And we are also hiring additional clerical staff to support our COVID designee, and also working with some temp agencies to allow for redeployment to front office staff as needed. Next slide. This is the timeline and process that we have taken in order to collect verification of vaccination. So our internal deadline was September the 10th. The state deadline is October the 15th. So we continue to collect information. We have staff that no longer or have not responded because they're no longer working with us, for example, substitute teachers or coaches. But initially, we had them in our roster, so we included them in our information in our data to collect their vaccination status. But as of now, we have 2,006 employees. And out of the 2,754 that receive a communication, 73% have responded. And out of that, 95% have shown that they've been vaccinated with at least one of the doses. And like I said, we are continuing to reach out to them, and also removing those who are no longer working with us this year, or who will not continue to work with us as like substitute teachers. So the numbers will be changing as we present this to you in the next board meeting. Thank you. Next slide. I believe this is back to you,
I'm trying to find my mute button. So Jennifer Dorico is not here this evening, but she wanted to say that we are continue with our updates to our website. We have, again, our bi-monthly district updates to students and staff. We'll continue to send the message around symptoms for families. The dashboard is updated at least daily, and we are working on other sort of graphics and short communications to provide more accessible information on COVID. We have also done some work around our letters and the difficulty that we have, the community is reporting on understanding and sort of trying to unravel all of the things that are in the letters that are being provided. Those letters were composed by the Santa Clara Public Health Department. What we are intending to do is to add some language to the top of it to provide more clarity to our parents regarding what their next steps are once they receive a close contact letter. We found out that there are 8 different letters that we send from the district that are related. And so each of those letters is very specific. So we're working with our nurse and our communications department to upgrade those letters and update those letters. And that's kind of one of those critical pieces that we have to work on in the next week. The last piece, I'd like to invite Lynn Villarreal to speak a little bit about our Kudos team and the work that we've been doing collectively around this testing and communications.
So good evening. The Kudos team has been working together as partners to address some of the issues that we were able to identify. And across the district, we all agree that individually and jointly, we all have to take responsibility to establish internal protocols to ensure safety for students and staff. And as I mentioned, we've heard of a lot of issues across the district related to Concentric and other COVID procedures and communications. And so last Friday, multiple representatives from the Kudos Partnership met to identify, analyze, and draft action plans for challenges which were categorized into 4 areas: communications, Concentric related issues, procedures and protocols, and site support. So this Tuesday, the Kudos team met again to prioritize the action plans, to determine timelines, and to identify individuals who are going to take responsibility for carrying out each action. This to-do list is lengthy, and addressing these challenges is going to take time and patience. The Kudos team is meeting at least weekly and will incorporate ongoing input as we prioritize, monitor, and refine the implementation of the action plans. We are actually meeting once again tomorrow, and we will continue to keep you informed as our work moves forward. Thank you.
And that concludes the COVID update this evening.
Hey, thank you very much for all of that and all the work that's been going on. We'll open it up to board comments. Trustee Fairchild.
Thanks, President Muirhead. A few questions regarding Concentric. It mentioned that you sent hard copies home to the elementary kids, but not for the secondary kids. And the irony of that is the issue was brought up to me by a secondary teacher. So I was wondering why the decision was made not to send hard copy to secondary. The second one is we've heard from staff who may be working part-time or itinerant staff that they may or may not be getting tested weekly. And so my question is, have we identified, I mean, I assume we have a list of the staff that are not tested weekly, and can we get them tested weekly? And the other thing is, so I'm glad we're adding staff to help our COVID designee, our district nurse, but I have heard lots of issues at the high schools, and I would love to see staff added, especially to our health assistants and clerical at the high schools. So if you could respond to those, and then I may have comments.
Mr. Shield, you want to go ahead and respond to those questions?
I can answer the second one in regards to testing for part-time staff. So on that particular one, we, Lynn had mentioned earlier that the Kudos team had identified a lot of different issues, and we have been developing plans on that. An idea came up. We have a couple ideas that came up. One of them that was developed last week was piloted at one of our schools. It was actually piloted at Westwood this week. And we hear that it worked out really well. And what part-time staff will be able to do, for example, if you're on a campus on a Monday, but the testing happens on Tuesday, you can actually do your swab Monday before you leave at the end of the day. And then that will be combined with the samples that will be done on the next day. And that fits within the testing guidelines that we're hearing from Concentric. And so that was actually piloted this week with Westwood, and it was reported that it worked out really well. And so we're going to be able to move forward with that. In addition to that, we are going to be instituting and having the opportunity for individuals also to be tested up here at the district office. And so we'll be able to do samples up here as well for certain individuals in certain classifications. In addition, so for our evening custodians also, we'll be able to test the night before. So an evening custodian, again, if using my prior example, if the testing was on Tuesday, the evening custodians would actually be able to do that test when they come to work on Monday, and then be combined with the staff testing that would happen on Tuesday. I don't have an answer in regards to the paper form. I don't know why it wasn't sent home to the secondary, but I can get more answers and provide feedback in the future.
Because the same issues that exist for elementary exist for secondary, especially with access. And so I would like some response to that. The other thing is with regards to looking at what schools actually need at the schools. And this is one of the things that I think is historically and is continuing to happen, is it's really easy for the district office to add positions to the district office. But we have some school sites out there that are kind of drowning. Our high schools, by the nature of how many kids are in their sites, are going to need more support, and going to have more cases, and even our middle schools. And so my question is, what are we adding to the school sites? I know Andy's at this every meeting, so thoughts.
Well, that is because the cases change every day. We are working on putting together a triage team that will go out to the schools and support the schools when things happen, so that this centralized team would be able to provide assistance at the school sites, depending on the number of cases that are there. And the high schools are significantly more challenging when you have a positive case. So the Kudos team is working out the details on this. Is one of the areas that has been identified, and we're developing a solution so that we can deploy a team to support the contact identification when those things happen at the secondary schools. So we know middle schools and high schools need that additional support, and that's what we're developing.
Do we have an ETA as to when this will be developed? I'm just thinking, we're 5-6 weeks into school, and I'm worried about some of our staff that are already burnt out.
Yeah. So those very same staff are on the committee that are developing the solutions. And so as fast as we can get this team put together, identifying exactly what the roles and responsibilities will be when they arrive at a school site, what their task will be, has to be clearly thought out so that there isn't confusion. The challenge we're having is that we haven't been clear about roles and responsibilities. And so they're finishing this up this week, and we'll have those deployed as quickly as we can, hopefully next week.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lieberman.
Thank you, President Muirhead. My question is regarding the outreach to families who have not responded to the Concentric testing. I wanted to confirm that the outreach that's happening is actually referencing that Concentric testing, because I've heard from some families that have said that the notices are just saying you haven't completed your annual student information update, but they had But because concentric testing opt-in was added to Aries after the fact, they're getting this notice because they didn't opt in or whatever, didn't select anything, because when they filled out Aries, it wasn't a question. So they're getting this notice that says you need to update your Aries account, but they think they already did and it's an error. So they're not logging in. And it's not saying, oh, by the way, it's because we've added concentric. Can you please log in and opt in? So I want to confirm that we're actually reaching out specifically for concentric and not just saying your Aries account is not updated.
Well, we have this happening right now, both of them together, Trustee Lieberman. We have the end of the update window for the student information, the annual student information. I don't know what the message is for the concentric update. We can confirm what the Aries message is that's going out to the families. I agree with you. It should be more specific because it is related to the concentric screening update in the opt-in. But I don't have the answer to that. I can get the answer and provide it to the board at the next time we give an update.
Okay. Trustee Ratterman?
Yeah, am I unmuted?
Yep.
Having a few technical problems. And you can hear me? Good. Okay. So, it looks to me like there's a lot of improvement that's taking place in the safety plan and the COVID response. But I do want to maybe address some things that hopefully they're past tense. That would be really good. But I do want to commend the Kudos team. I think the work that they're doing is something that is, I hate to phrase it this way, long overdue, and they're really getting to some of the issues and taking and addressing them. It seems like we've been somewhat complaint driven relative to the safety plan. It's like instead of going in proactively and saying, okay, what classrooms need filters, for instance, or purifiers, was the name you're putting to those, we're waiting until somebody calls in and says, oh, and then we say, oh, but we have this, we can give them to you. And this, I realize, probably has already been addressed, but we had a lot of classrooms we knew needed purifiers, and quite a few of them didn't get them. It shouldn't have been a request. It should have been something we anticipated the need and went ahead and put them in. So I really want to see us be proactive as opposed to complaint driven or need driven by somebody calling in and saying request. Certainly, if somebody has a need we didn't anticipate, let's have that process in place and let's do it and let's get them their stuff quickly. We're 6 weeks in now, and we're one of the areas we've identified, and I'm really happy we've identified as roles and responsibilities. I would have loved to have seen us identify that a lot sooner than this, maybe before we even started school. And so, because I really think there's two areas right now that are extraordinary that we need to have really tight response on. One of them is learning recovery, and the other one is making sure that we have put all the protocols in place and we're keeping our students and our teachers, everybody, our staff, as safe as possible. So I realize not a lot of question in there, a little preaching, but I apologize and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Ratterman. I don't see any more board hands up. I just want to add that I appreciated that Mr. Shield mentioned about the swabbing could be done the day before. My mathematical brain says, well, what if they only come in like Wednesday, Thursday, and the testing is done on Tuesday? How far ahead can they do this swab? Do you know that information? If they do it on a Wednesday, is it still good for the next Tuesday?
I believe it's 72 hours. Yes.
Okay, so you've got a good solution for most, but are you still working on the rest of the people that won't quite work?
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Yes.
we're looking at that central option where we'll have other options for those staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see that we have some public comment. So we can go do that, and then we'll come back and wind this item up. So, Mr. Ayala?
Good evening, Emily. You're allowed to speak.
Tonight's presentation mentioned that there haven't been updates to county or state guidelines since the last update to the board. And I just wanted to point out that there was new guidance from CDPH dated September 22nd. So yesterday, and new county decision trees dated September 13th. Since the last version presented to the board. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. I do have other concerns regarding district communications around COVID-19, but I will save those for another day because I know you all are getting close to midnight.
Okay, thank you. So then I don't see any more board comment or public comment, so we will move on from this item. Thank you very much. So we're going on to item O.2, reports from union.
President Muirhead, I do think that some very interesting points were raised by our last speaker, and I would love to get feedback on when we will see these updated decision trees that apparently exist.
Okay, Dr. Ken?
So the updated trees have been incorporated into our work. This presentation, as you may know, was prepared and uploaded on Friday. So any information, this particular presentation that was attached to the agenda was attached on Friday. So, or Saturday morning. And the update that we received was on September 22nd. That was yesterday. So the information is as of the end of last week. There have been some, slight changes with the decision-making tree. We implement them as soon as the county gives us directive to do that. One of the things that we've realized as we were problem solving through the changes, that these rapid changes that are happening, is that we would hear a rumor of a change and we'd start to implement that change before the rumor was before it was official. And so it's created some problems. So we've now made a conscious decision that once the new flowcharts come out, we implement the new flowcharts. When the new letters come out, we implement the new letters. This whole situation is changing rapidly. And so we follow this county public health guidelines and the county public health protocols as those become public in the district.
Okay, then we will move on now. So we're at O.2, reports from union presidents. I think we can start with Lynn. You are here already.
Sounds like a plan. As my background shows you, it's happy second day of fall, autumn fall fill, however you say that. And the Giants report tonight will be brief. They're still in first place. As I mentioned in my last report, the Chapter 350 Executive Board was planning a day-long retreat. Well, since then, we did meet to clarify our priorities as an organization. Amongst many other things, we identified our core values. Students first, equity through the inclusion of all voices, proactive collaboration and interest-based problem solving with partners, and continuous improvement of our work through exploration and innovation. We worked on building our own capacity to be fully engaged partners in Kudos, and we identified our current status, created goals for the next 3 years, and discussed necessary steps to reach them, of which we now have a broad idea. So moving forward, we're going to be developing more comprehensive steps and timelines. Thank you for your support of classified employees, evidenced by your approval tonight of the new health benefits plan, ratified, I am proud to say, by 100% of our members in CSEA who voted. And while this was spearheaded by CSEA, this is going to benefit all the employees in the district. So thank you. Thank you also for approving our new negotiated agreement with the district. I would like to point out an important piece of that agreement It supports new district policy that highlights and supports the value and importance of collaboration. The negotiated 6-hour workday for all special ed paras gives them not just the opportunity to provide classroom support for the entire instructional day, but provides time to collaborate and strengthen teams at their respective sites. This benefits everyone, most especially our students. So thank you. I will close my report. I will make it brief by sharing with you the mission statement we developed at our eBoard retreat. CSEA is a community of professionals that make essential and substantial contributions to ensure the success of all students and staff in Santa Clara Unified School District. Specifically, we are compassionate, dedicated, and hardworking. We provide unique skills and specialized expertise that enhance work across schools and departments. We are committed to equity and offer diverse perspectives that reflect the communities we serve. We promote lifelong learning of our membership to ensure competency in our professional work. We are committed to collaboration and partnership to positively impact the development of all students in Santa Clara Unified School District. We are committed to the health, wellness, and safety of all members. And we are active contributors to our families and communities in the city of Santa Clara. Thank you and have a pleasant tomorrow. I was going to say evening, but it's not evening anymore. Good night.
Thanks, Lynn and Amber.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be back presenting. I first want to share my thanks to Margie Wysocki, my vice president, for stepping into the role when I wasn't able to be here. I was dealing with some health issues, but I'm happy to say that moving past that in a more productive state. So I just want to thank Margie. She, as someone pointed out, she's my yin to my yang. So I appreciate her support as VP and have confidence in her as a leader of UTSC. I want to start off with some positive things about our contribution in the community. For Donors Choose, we're happy to report we've now supported over 30 teachers and their projects, donating over $3,000, and excited to see what teachers do with their project and posting their photos of what they end up doing, whatever in their classroom. So excited to be supporting teachers in that capacity. We've also donated as an organization. We, being online, we were able to save some of money that would normally be spent on in-person meetings. And so we were able to donate $25,000 to the Magic Bridge Playground, which is going to be built in Central Park, hopefully in the next couple of years. And we know that impacts our students and potentially our elementaries for field trips and being utilized by our community. So we're excited to support that program. I want to extend a big thank you to the UTSC bargaining team. We've been bargaining. We were hoping to be done with COVID MOU bargaining, but just needed some things spelled out for this year. And so I want to thank them once again for, it's supposed to be a non-bargaining year. And it's been anything but that for the past 18, 20 months. So thank you to them. Next, I wanted to talk about, as the district is growing and we're building capacity in our sites, so we need to reflect that in our organization. So next week, we are adding 5 cluster director positions and elections will be happening. And I'm excited to see what new leadership grows from that. And we also want to, like lowering class size, we want to have our cluster directors monitor smaller amount of sites so they can provide very clear path for members to express their concern and receive support from our organization. And then lastly, I do want to extend an appreciation to Dr. Kemp and district office. We brought a concern, big concern around concentric and the testing and how it was not functioning at our sites. And I truly feel like this was an example of how we can be in our labor management partnership. When we're part of the process, we can be part of the solution. And I do appreciate being heard and that there was we were received and moved forward in communication, having meetings. It was very responsive. And I feel like, I hope this is a good example of how we can continue to not be reactive to processes. And we build this as a procedure and keep moving forward as an organization and supporting each other within Kudos. So with that, I'll end my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Glad to hear that process worked. Okay, we are moving on to O.3, which is the Independent Study Program Report. Dr. Kemp, who is presenting this report?
Hang on a second. I gotta pull it up. It's Kathy Knavel. We have Kathy or Brad. I'm not sure which one is. I think it's Kathy. Has Kathy been moved over? Let me look. There she is. Okay. Thank you.
Can you
Kathy.
bring the report up?
Okay, good evening or good night maybe, but I'll make this really quick. This is just a quick update on our independent study program. So next slide, please. This is our enrollment as of last Thursday, September 16th. And as of today, we have 166 in K-5 and still 55 in 6-8 and 59 in K-12. We are seeing a few students enroll, in a week, 2 or 3, and we are seeing a few students return to in-person. So we're kind of holding steady at this point. Families recently participated in a survey. We had our back to school night on Tuesday night this week. And so the survey, we asked them about their thoughts on returning to in-person, just so that we can have an idea to plan. Of the 63 responses, and the survey is still open, so we may get hopefully more data in the next week or so. 35% of those that responded indicated that their child would return to school once vaccinated, with another 8% returning with additional conditions, such as when the cases go down or when more people in their household are vaccinated. 19% are still considering and indicated either undecided or maybe. And then the remaining 38% are not currently planned to return to in-person during this school year. So that will help us plan a little bit as we move forward. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have added, this is same staffing. However, I'd like to share with you that we have hired 2 teachers that have started already. So 2 of our TOSAs have been released back into their work in curriculum development and supporting sites. And we have 1 TOSA still sitting as a K-5 teacher, and we're waiting on the 3rd hire to join us. And so hopefully that will be soon. We did add an RSP teacher right now. It is a TOSA filling in until we can get that position readjusted, but we have enough of our students with IEPs that we needed to add some more staffing at that point. Otherwise, the staffing is fairly stable from the last report. Next slide. The board had asked me to come back with some numbers on our special education students with IEPs. And so this is a generalized summary of that. We have a full-time resource specialist and now an extra TOSA and 2 paraeducators. And for our students receiving services from the resource specialist, the students are receiving about 60 minutes minimum each week. And this is currently being done virtually. All 26 are being set up with assistive technology and supports by the SAI team. For students with receiving speech and language services, schedules are still being set up and compensatory time is being determined. And these services are also virtual for now and will begin next week. So the reason why I'm saying virtual for now for most of them is that was also included in the survey so that we could determine who would be willing to come in on person. And so we do have some of that. So now we can actually schedule those in-person speech and language services in-person small group, in-person one-on-one, but we were waiting for survey results so we could get an idea. For our 3 elementary students who receive occupational therapy, the parents have a choice to be in-person or virtual. And for APE, the parent has a choice also for in-person or virtual. Our deaf and hard of hearing student is receiving 30-minute virtual lesson a week. And with regard to all of our assessments for our students with IEPs, speech and psychological assessments will need to be, there's parts of them, some of you know this, that need to be done in person. And so, and some of them will be virtual, and it also can be by parent decision. If the parent would rather have the students come in to have their assessment, we can have that happen. Next slide, please. Here you can see the student and family supports that are being planned. Very excited about this. In our recent parent survey, 56% of the respondents said that they would or might participate in in-person activities. So we have some people saying absolutely yes, and some people saying, well, we're going to think about it as things get closer. 43% would or might come in person for assessments, and over 35% indicated that they would or might participate in small group or one-on-one activities. Please remember, we only have about 63 respondents, so we'll still be collecting that information. No matter the number of students that choose to come in person, we will continue to offer those options. And finally, our families gave us more great suggestions for some other optional in-person activities, such as outdoor field trips, sports, picture day, performances, and other opportunities for intervention support. So we're going to be looking at all of that. And even if we have just a few students that would like to do that, we want to provide that for them. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Looks like we have a couple of questions. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Knavel. You're doing a lot. One of the things I've been thinking about since our last meeting was about the data that you have to collect, which is extensive. And so the question I had was regards to the programs we have access to that collect data. And the reason I was thinking about this is because I was once asked why my kids didn't do RAS Kids, and I didn't know that the teacher could see that. Now, my feelings about RAS Kids aside, I wondered if we were able to use some of these programs that do collect data on their use for the independent study program as supplemental materials.
So right now, we're not doing that so that we could get a really good indication of the Edmentum curriculum and what it offers, because it has intervention supports and supplemental materials within it. And we really, especially if we want to, if we are planning to look at this program for next year, we want to have a really good indication of what Edmentum can and cannot do. I didn't mention it, but in our survey, we also collected some preliminary data on Edmentum and how much time students were spending in that. And we will continue to collect data on just how students and parents are feeling about the curriculum and meeting their needs. So we're not doing it right now. It's not out of the question. We're just trying to set up small group, figure all that out, and then we can start adding in other things. But again, we're only barely a month into the Edmentum curriculum.
I guess the reason this came up is I have heard, I know there's so much going on, but I have heard issue with the lack of access to a variety of reading materials. And anything we can do to increase access, I think is important, especially in these early years where we want them to be reading things that are engaging and interesting, or even at the older, just having access to some of those books. And I know that it's hard to find one program that can do everything. And so if we do have, but I am conscious of that data piece. And so in thinking about it, and knowing that the teacher knew I didn't use it, I just wonder if we have more of those programs that can provide us with that data so that we can give that variety to our students.
Yeah, most of the electronic programs would have some kind of timekeeping in the back. It will just mean that the teachers have to record when they're doing what, so that it still adds up to that 240 minutes. Whereas when they're in Edmentum, it's added up automatically altogether. And we're working on that. They're getting the teachers are still acclimating to all the curriculum.
Right.
So as we can, we will add what we can.
Okay, I even for the parents to have a little bit of variety, I would love us to look into those types of options. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Trustee Lieberman, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, President Muirhead. I'll be quick. One of my questions was Trustee Fairchild already asked. I was curious if they were using iReady or RazKids or anything in ISP, but I also was curious if we, if you're on campus, you're able to go to the library and check out books. Are the ISP teachers able to send supplemental, hard copy books home with the materials pickup for kids, so that, in my experience, a lot of kids don't have books or don't have access to books, or their parents aren't able to take them to the library, or there's a financial issue. So I'm wondering if we are able to provide ISP kids with books, given that they aren't able to go to a physical library like in-person kids, just so they have some access to literacy supports that they may not otherwise have.
Yeah, we currently we have not provided any books. We would have to pull them off the other sites, so we haven't done that yet, or purchase, and there's huge delays in the purchasing. So we can still look at all of that. The other thing is that one of the potential in-person activities is the possibility of the bookmobile coming on a regular basis. So that, and we haven't even looked into that, but it came up. So that is a way to also get some books weekly to kids.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Knable. I appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the report and all the updates and all the work that's being done for the kids who need to be in independent study. So thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to item O.4, report on 2021 summer school programs. And
Trustee Muirhead, we weren't going to do the presentation this evening.
right.
Yes, as the report outlines the program update.
Okay, so you should have all read through it, and if you have any questions, you can send those off to Dr. Kemp to get any further answers. Okay, great. Then we're moving on to P.1, new job description, teacher on special assignment, professional learning. I'd like to keep this down to a minimum. If there's a lot of discussion, maybe we need to move it to another night. Trustee Fairchild, yeah, go ahead.
I would actually like to move to our board technology updates right now, because it is 11:42 and I want to give that adequate time. I actually have significant issues with this one, so I don't want to take, I think we need to talk about board technology updates. So I would like to postpone this to the next meeting.
Okay, so we're gonna leave it at planning then for the next meeting.
Yes.
Is there any problem with the timing of this item? Is there any timeliness to it, or can we just delay it, Dr. Kemp?
I'd have to defer that to Mr. Stam.
Mr. Stam, can we just wait a meeting for this one?
Well, it sounds as though the board technology is a higher priority and we're close to the limit of the board's time. So I defer to the board.
Okay.
Okay, so we will bring it back for planning at the next one. And if you have any issues any questions that can be answered, you can get those questions answered ahead of time. Okay, so we've already done Q.1, so we're going down to Q.2 and Q.3. I'd like to take item number 3 first, so that we can figure out what our meeting is going to look like when we come back in person at our next meeting. Right, I think that that's the one that has to do with what we're doing to the boardroom, and item 2 is something else. So Dr. Kemp, can you pull up the presentation for Q.3, options for boardroom technology upgrades?
I'll have Mr. Shield come up on camera, and he and Mr. Ayala are the ones who will be presenting information to the board.
And Joe, can you also bring Michelle over just in case she has, she might have some facilities development, construction type stuff to also talk about. So Dr. Kemp asked us to pull together, based upon board direction, to pull together some options of upgrades for the boardroom in anticipation of a return. And what we heard was the desire to continue to do streaming. And so we were actually preparing for the assembly bill that was recently signed by the governor before it was even being talked about at the state. And so what we've laid out for the trustee, for all of you, are 5 potential options, and they range from option 1 being the least amount of work to option 5 being the most amount of work. Option 1 is what we're just calling reusing existing technology, which resides within the district. And so we would, in order to use the necessary technology, we would need to get a tripod. We would reuse existing tripod cameras. We would have one pointed at the dais, one pointed at the presenter. We would connect the audio to an audio mixer. And then basically we'd be reusing a lot of the same technologies that we had reused for a previous graduation. Thank you for sharing that. We do recommend hiring an audio engineer. That's in order to ensure that we get that program audio correct, but we also do not know about the availability of the audio engineer and their schedule. And so, and then the last thing that we have on here is, and this bullet is on every single one of the options, and that is updating the district's vision and mission statements that are currently on the walls. And so updating that as well. The total estimated cost for option 1 is $5,000, and then the timeline is 2 months or less. Again, the reason for that is not knowing about the availability of the audio engineer. Option 2 is an upgrade to the boardroom technology. And so in this particular option, we would either place webcams or iPads at each of the individual, at each of your individual workstations, as well as also one at the speaker podium as well. We would still do the same work with the audio and the audio mixer. We would have a dedicated computer specifically for the board meetings, still get the audio engineer to come in and do the programming that is necessary. Estimated cost, and then also again, the vision and mission statements. Estimated cost on this one is $10,000. And we still anticipate that the completion timeline of this one will be 2 months or less. It does depend upon our ability to get the webcams and iPads. I will say as a general statement, we are starting to hear about supply time issues related to technology and audio visual type equipment. For option 3 is an upgrade of the boardroom technology and also the lighting. We are concerned that we would do the same technology upgrades of option number 2. I'm sorry, we would not. Instead, what we would do is called what is a mountable PTZ. That PTZ stands for a pan tilt zoom. So it is a camera that then would automatically follow the speaker. And then you'd also have that one for the dais and then also one for the presenter as well. We would install a TriCaster, a video audio engineer. This is a really high profile and doing it, a real good high quality presentation. Estimated cost on this one is about $85,000 to do all in. But the lead time on this one is 6 months. What we're already hearing from the vendor that we got the quotes from is that once these PTZ cameras are ordered and the TriCaster is ordered, once those are ordered, it's probably going to be January or February before we receive them. Lastly, or option 4 is upgrading the technology, the lighting, and the finishes. So everything from area 3, but then also adding on the improvement of the finishes as well. I didn't mention in option 3, but it's also upgrading the lighting in the room as well in order to really provide good, clear lighting for being able to stream. Option 4, again, technology lighting, but then also improving the finishes. So current structure remains, but also changing out, or current structure and layout remains, but that would also include upgrading the speaker quality, the speaker wiring. We would add another TV in the room, or replace all the TVs, add a second projector and a second screen to mirror what's on the one side. Also have one on the other side, add a TV in the lobby for overflow capacity, and then also update the time clocks as well. Estimated cost on this one is $170,000. Option 5 is really the robust option. We just provided this as an update because the HVAC system in that room, while it is currently compliant and it does currently have the MERV 13 air filters, at some point in time, we are going to need to do a refreshment of that HVAC unit. That would also include putting it on the energy management system and taking care of all the ductwork and everything. This one has the longest lead time on it because it will require the use of architects and other professionals also in order to do that right. And it's also the most costly option as well. But we did want to let the board know that we do recognize that at some point in time, that HVAC system is currently old and will need to be replaced. Just some last other notes and considerations. The current we do have a MERV 13 air filter on that HVAC unit, so it does comply with the air circulation requirements. Some of these might also require hiring professional services, I just said, like an architect or a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer. It just depends on the nature that's done. And then, as I said, we've already been hearing from our vendor in regards to supply timeline issues, and some of these could be delayed until February 2022. And then in light of what the board said earlier today, there is the possibility of doing some type of a hybrid. So you could do maybe like an option 1 to get us up and ready, but then also move towards an option 3. Then we could do the installation of that as the parts and the supply comes in. So that's all I have. And then Joe and Michelle are also here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm in light of the time, I'm going to try and make a stab at something, and maybe the board will go for it or not. But I'd like to see if there is interest in doing option 2 for now, so that we can get that up and running, and then we can discuss at a later date if we want to do any of these other options that would take a lot longer, because I think only the first 2 options are realistic for the timeline that we're looking at. So so I'd like to, if we could quickly go through comments, but with that in mind, if that's not what the board wants, I'm just sort of taking a stab at it to make it go faster. Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Muirhead. So the thought I have about this is we actually have options that haven't been listed, and that if we don't want to be rushed, we can possibly, if we use our charm and maybe a little money, have access to other facilities in our city and use them for meetings until we can update our board room. And I don't know if the city of Santa Clara would be willing to let us use their room, or because I agree that, like Michelle mentioned, I really, even with option 1 and 2, we're talking less than very soon. And if it can't be done in time, I want us to have, okay, then can we use another venue that already is set up with everything in place so that we can actually do a good job instead of a rush job. And so that's something I just wanted to throw out there as a possible option until we can get the boardroom, because we may not get it ready by our next meeting. And so I would like us to look at, think outside the box as to how we can comply with AB 361, right? And still move forward on this. I support you, but I want us to be thinking of other solutions as well, so we're not rushed in making this decision.
Well, and we could go those 2 directions at the same time. We could be looking for other options at the same time that we are figuring out what we would need for option 2. Trustee Ratterman?
Yeah, you suggested option 2, which I think is the minimum. Concern I have is that I actually think that option 3 with some addition of option 4, particularly upgrade on the microphones, because I know how difficult the audio piece of this is. I really appreciate the audio engineer in all of these. But the question is, can you repurpose the webcams? So if we go out and buy new webcams or something, if we could repurpose those, then option 2 makes sense to get the ball rolling. But I think ultimately you end up needing to go to at least option 3 with possibly a few additions to that. Short on time, so that's all I'll say at the moment.
Yeah. And like I said, we can revisit the other options as we go.
I did want to have an answer as to whether you could repurpose or whether they have existing stock. Because I hate to buy all the cameras and use them for 2 months and then start over again.
Trustee Rademan, we have plenty of webcams in stock.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Trustee Canova?
Yeah, I would go no higher than option 3. Option 5 is $500,000. I would never support that. Completely unacceptable. I think option 3 would suit our needs for a long time to come. I would say, at least in my opinion, choose option 3, but nothing higher.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? I don't see any comments from the public.
We need to take action tonight, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
we need to give direction, or we can make a motion.
No one likes my idea of not rushing and seeing if the city can lend us their facilities.
Yeah, I just
Or-
think the city, I mean, it'd be great if the city could do it. I just think that they're really busy. I mean, they have planning commission and they've got redistricting and they've got their own council meetings. And
Can we ask before we let them reject us?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning was, yeah, ask them and don't spend money until we hear back.
I like President
go
Muirhead's
ahead.
suggestion of, I like President Muirhead's suggestion of traveling 2 paths simultaneously. I think we can choose an option and also pursue talking with the city of Santa Clara. I think it's possible to kind of do both at the same time because I like both ideas.
Okay.
And so I think we go with that. That would be my hope.
Okay, so can I get a motion?
That's what I'd like to do.
Somebody, I'm sorry.
Discussion item.
I would like to make a motion if it could, get the hand up.
Yeah, we want to give direction so that this can happen by the next meeting. So trustee Rademan?
I'd like to make a motion that we implement option 2 and give the authority to the board president and the superintendent, should there be a second facility available in lieu of that they can choose to do that if that will work well. In the meantime, we do option 2 if there's no secondary facility.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to implement option 2 and also give authority to the president and the superintendent to see if there's another facility, to use another facility if available. Okay, any other comments on this motion?
I just have one last little comment. If we are unable to get either of those to work in the timeline for the next meeting, the next meeting should be run as a standard meeting without access. You'll just have to run it and people have to show up for it.
Yeah, we'd have no choice. I mean, I hope that we can do something.
I just want to make it clear. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, then we'll do a roll call. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman?
Yes.
Trustee Rademan?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
No.
And I say yes. So that passes 6-1 to do option 2 and look for other facilities also. Okay, so the only one that we skipped was item Q.2, but we've only got 2 minutes, so.
I'd like to make a motion that we move that to the next meeting. However, it should be at the top of the agenda instead of at the bottom of the agenda, since it's been bypassed twice and it's at least 2 to 3 months old. Or maybe I can make a suggestion that the president exercises her presidential authority to do that, and then we can go ahead and move to adjourn.
Yeah, I'm fine with just saying we'll put it on the next agenda. And I appreciate near the top.
Near the top.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman.
Second, Lieber.
Okay. Motion by trustee Rotterman, second by trustee Lieberman. Just to point out, our next scheduled regular meeting is October 14th in 3 weeks. So we will take a roll call vote for the last time. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Trustee Lieberman.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes, but caution, this won't be the last time we have to do a roll call vote. So
Nope, they're required for quite a few things.
yes.
Okay, fine. You're taking away all the fun. I also say yes. So we are adjourned at 11:59. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Good morning.
Good Friday.